कॉन्फिडेंस है भाई, ये कंटेंट में जाएगा।
अब कौन जाएगा? कहाँ
ऑटो में है बुटकैम्प से।
भाई
है बढ़िया।
तू कहाँ से आया? टुडला से ऑटो से है?
हाँ मेरे बाजू में, मैं ऑटो पकड़ के आ गया।
क्रेजी भाई, फिर भी सबसे लेट आया।
कौन कोई टेक लेते थोड़ा एंट्रेंस का, ये मत डालना।
कैसे
भाई।
आएगा उसमें? शाहरुख खान जैसा भाई। इंट्रोड्यूस योरसेल्फ।
मैं बहुत शाय हूँ।
हाँ
यो मेरे को क्यों दिखा रहे भाई? मेरे को बोल रहे इंट्रोड्यूस योरसेल्फ भाई।
मैं इंट्रोड्यूस करूँ तो इज माय डुएलिस्ट प्लेयर, बेस्ट प्लेयर।
ऑन कैमरा शाय है, बाकी बहुत चलती है डिस्कॉर्ड पे, ठीक है। अभी कैमरा पहली बार फेस कर रहे तो नौटंकी कर रहे हैं। अपार्टमेंट में तो दंगल मचेगा, वो तो है, और यही रहेगा पहला मचाने वाला।
मेरे को टारगेट वहाँ पे भी, मीम में भी मुझे टारगेट किया, यहाँ भी मुझे। सबसे ज़्यादा अगर टीम में 6 लोगों को देखा है तो टॉप में लिल बॉय और कीबो को दूंगा। सबसे ज़्यादा उंगली करते, सबसे ज़्यादा कीबो तो नंबर 1 पे।
यू आर थर्ड ब्रो देन।
मैं थर्ड हूँ, मैं मानता हूँ। नहीं 4th UV 5th Ryzen 6 स्मोकर। ये तो बात है ना, स्मोकर का आवाज़ कितना एक हफ्ते में एक बार सुनते हैं हम लोग।
सबसे ज़्यादा रेगुलर ग्राइंड अभी लास्ट मंथ में एनवी ने किया है, बट वो बहुत गाली देखने के बाद, बहुत बोलने के बाद शायद हुआ है।
मैंने खेला, मैं बस हार रहा था इसलिए मैं छोड़ दिया।
अभी भी तो कैब में नहीं है, 2 घंटे से कि वो बोल रहा है 1 घंटा लगेगा। हाँ 2 कैब क्यों लिया भाई? क्या कर रहा है तू? सामान घर लेके आ रहा है
क्या?
क्लासिक का स्किन कर लूंगा।
ब्रो ये बंदे ने क्लासिक का स्किन तक बाय नहीं किया, सोचो मत।
तो क्या आपका वेट कर रहा था बुट कैंप पे आने के बाद सबके सामने स्किन बाय करेगा ऐसा बोल रहा था। नॉट रेडी
भाई, वहाँ से लेना वो नल से।
भाई ये क्यों रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हैं भाई?
वो नल से लेना।
प्लेट दो लो। स्मोकर भाई आप ठीक खा रहे? आई थिंक ये दाल है, दाल फ्राई।
दाल फ्राई इज नॉन वेज नहीं ना, वेज है ना।
दाल फ्राई प्योर वेज है, इसमें दाल रहेगा और दाल तड़का डाल दो। यो
ब्रो What's up, bro?
What's up?
This is our living room. This is where we sit and we discuss how we lost the scrims. This is my coach right here.
मैं कोच नहीं हूँ।
This is my chef right here. Best controller player by the way. Okay.
या अंदर किसी का मान लो पेट खराब हो गया, इमरजेंसी में यहाँ जा सकते।
I'm sharing room with Ryzen. As you can see, we have got a mirror here, and we got a TV to watch what together. Now we are entering the best duelist room.
यो मैं और स्मोकर सबसे बड़े यहाँ पे, तो मैंने सोचा कि बड़ा रूम मेरे थोड़ा।
Welcome to my room, guys. This is my and UV's room. This is my walking closet. इतने कपड़े तो नहीं है मेरे पास कि मैं भर पाऊँ। This is our study table where UV is gonna study every night after scrim.
यूवी को लेने अपन दोनों जाते हैं।
सही में?
कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट करता है?
हाँ मुंबई इंडियंस।
CSK को करा कर।
क्यों?
अच्छी टीम है।
That's crazy. खींचो क्या मैं भी
आ जाना लेना।
नहीं
तेरी फेवरेट टीम है ना?
वो नहीं उठा रहा। हेलो बाबू, where are you? Oh my God. ब्रो मेरे को लगा ही नहीं तू है।
ऐसा भाई।
The goat is here. Can't believe it.
टैलेंट बता दो अभी।
इन लोग कॉफी हो जाए फिर बताता हूँ।
ये क्या बात है?
कुछ तो तैर रहे भाई, साफ करो इसको।
हटो हटो, मेरे को देखने दो भाई तुम लोग।
Oh, and क्या देखना रहा? 10, 11.
तो आधा
क्या आधा?
चैलेंज ये है कि तुम्हारे अराउंड 10,000 BP का कार्ड छुपा है, इसने ढूंढा हो उसका।
देखो बाजू में खाते भाई को। मैं देखा था शायद।
पूरे
कहाँ देखा था?
उसमें है क्या कि कहीं भी?
अबे भाई पूरा खराब मत करना घर। किचन में तो नहीं है भाई।
किचन में नहीं है? ऊपर तो नहीं है bro. This is clear guys.
जिसकी वाट लगा गई
इसी के बता दे क्या बता? वो तो कहाँ ढूंढ रहे थे?
क्या करेगा 10,000 BP का?
बंडल लूंगा नया वाला। मैं रिकॉन फैंटम लूंगा।
तेरे को तो जी बंडल लेना चाहिए बेशरम।
वो ब्रो।
हाँ क्या क्या?
वो रिकॉन करना भाई, 600 घंटे तक सो रहा है भाई।
रिवीलिंग द एरिया।
ब्रो कौन सा रूम बाकी रह गया?
और इसने पेंटिंग ही निकाल दी। हाँ दिमाग लगा ना।
यो
कहीं हाथ मत डालना भाई। सब टिश्यू क्यों निकालता है भाई? अरे नहीं, लोग पूरा boot camp खराब कर दोगे भाई।
यही है ना, मतलब इतना बताओ।
मैं कुछ नहीं बोल
ब्रो
रहा।
ये क्या बात हुई? तुम भाई थोड़ा अच्छा क्लू बताओ ना राजस्थान को। इसने तो वो भी छोड़ दिए।
हम खेलने जाते हैं अभी।
खेलने आते हैं ये छोड़ के? नहीं नहीं नहीं, पॉसिबल नहीं है। ये खत्म करने के बाद ही आगे जाएंगे। या तो चैलेंज एंड करो या तो चैलेंज कंटिन्यू रहने दो, बताओ।
चैलेंज कंटिन्यू रहे।
जी वालों ने एक ब्लॉग डाला था यहाँ पे, ड्रम्स लेके आए थे।
स्लॉट मिला था
जीते थे या स्लॉट मिला था?
दोनों
जीते
के
थे।
टाइम पे।
आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ। आ जाएंगे।
यहाँ पे इसका रस्सी था।
कप्पा भाई का वेट गाइस कप्पा भाई का
ओह माय गॉड।
भाई तुम लोग भूल तो नहीं गए हो ना भाई? 10,000 वीपी का भूल तो नहीं गए हो ना?
नहीं
यहाँ पे भी हो सकता है,
यहाँ पे हो सकता है।
यहीं होगा।
मतलब कहीं भी हो सकता है।
क्यूस्टिक कर्व। देखो मैं इतना लालची करके
कप्पा को दिख गया लगता है।
बीबी चाहिए किसी को बीबी एकदम सामने
बेटे
मिलो फाइनल ब्रो सामने लगा था वहां पे ऊपर
10,000 की ना
ये आई गॉट द बंडल।
एक स्किन मेरी।
क्या करेगा विक्का भाई?
मैं बंडल लूंगा इंस्टेंट।
चैलेंज कहता हूँ गाइस, एनवी इज द विनर। अगले व्लॉग में अगला चैलेंज। सी यू।
It's more than just a skin. Crafted for precision for those who dare to rise above. This is the Global Esports VCT 2025 Team Capsule.
And it's calling, and it keeps on calling. So it's calling. You know when the calling's calling more.
It doesn't just sit in your hand, it becomes a part of you. When you wield this GE Classic, you wield the undying spirit of Global Esports.
You know when the calling's calling. And it keeps on calling. It's calling more. And it feels like I'm falling. You know when the calling's calling more. And it feels like I'm falling.
The GE VCT 2025 Team Capsule. Available in-game in the Esports tab.
Everybody says, I want to represent India, but where is I want to win for India?
पता तो सबको है कि क्या करना चाहिए वहां तक पहुंचने के लिए, लेकिन कंसिस्टेंटली कोई नहीं करता है, फिर वो ड्रीम ही रह जाएगा।
I've been a fan of Eskerosi, so it will be a pleasure to play against him.
अभी हर एक टीम में यूजुअली 2 इंपोर्ट प्लेयर्स तो देखने मिलते हैं, लेकिन हम तभी भी पांचों इंडियंस के साथ खेल रहे थे, अभी भी पांचों इंडियंस के साथ ही खेलेंगे यहाँ पे।
Today I've got with me the VCLSA team, and of course, who better than the IGL, the coach, and of course the man who's created this team by himself and alongside with me a little bit also. Is we've got Kappa, we've got Ruby's the coach, and we've got Ryzen, who is the leader of the team. Welcome guys, welcome. How has your evening been? How's your day been so far?
Been fantastic, honestly. Great day of practice so far. So happy for that every time.
प्रैक्टिस देख रहा था,
Hmm.
मजा आया। टीम बीट बाय बीट इंप्रूव कर रहे हैं
Hmm.
डे बाय डे।
I'm gonna start off with something straight off the bat that you guys just went past, and that was, of course, G Fight Night. You guys played against the academy teams of DRX and RRQ. I want to start with you, Ryzen. Tell me, what was your experience like? This is the first time you played as the G Academy team. It wasn't the easiest of games. Tell me what was happening through the games.
Yeah, we played the game and we got punished at our mistakes. Like we were confident, but when we got in the game, the pressure was on to us. We were a bit nervous because it was a international team.
Yep.
So yeah, the pressure got to us. We made mistakes, but at the end of the game, I think we were okay with it. Obviously not okay in the terms of losing, but yeah, we felt like it was good. It was okay. That we will learn from our mistakes and obviously do better next time.
Got it. Rubies, what was the 3 main takeaways you had after that 2 games against DRX and RRQ?
We had a lot to work on, which I already knew, but that, that's obvious. It did show us a lot of our mistakes, and the main thing was I wanted to get as many tournament or match reps that we can in before, VCO,
Yep.
just to help out, kind of see how it'll be like, how we'll be under pressure. It's kind of like a little test of how that would go, right? So we took it very seriously, and it really, shed a lot of light on how it's going to go if things go wrong, if pressure gets to us, things like that. So it helps a lot with the prep.
बेसिकली नया टीम है तो थोड़ा और टाइम चाहिए.
Yep.
अलग अलग कंपोजिशन एजेंट्स देख रहे थे, खेल के ट्राई आउट कर रहे थे. और ऐसा नहीं कि हम लोग कभी डीआरएक्स के एकेडमी के सामने खेले नहीं थे. हम लोग स्क्रीम्स में खेले हैं और रिजल्ट्स हमेशा उनके साइड में ही रहे हैं. तो ऐसा कुछ सरप्राइजिंग नहीं था, लेकिन बहुत कुछ बेटर कर सकते थे. और उसके बाद ही जैसे कोच ने बोला है कि उसके बाद ही उस पर काम करना चालू कर दिया.
Keeping aside fight night, talk to me about the last 1 month. How is the preparation for VCLSA going? What do you guys feel about the competition that's slowly been revealed?
You want to go, Ryzen?
Yeah. The prep has been going good, but obviously teams face some inevitable issues like we are, but we are fixing them. And obviously we want to give good competition to our opponents. We want to play fundamentally right and have a strategic approach to the game. So yeah, we are doing that, and hopefully the results will come in.
All right, hopefully. Rubies, I want you to tell me a little bit about what you have seen, or have you seen South Asia before, and what led you to, coming to Global Esports Academy.
I haven't seen South A before, but it has been interesting, especially just coming over and seeing all of APAC, and then also, scrimming teams from APAC and China. It's been a lot different than NA, because NA, basically everyone just scrims each other. There's like 20 teams. There's not that much, so you really don't have options.
Yep.
Here, there's like 50 teams. It's crazy. You get to see a whole different, sides of the game. You get to see all the different ideas. Like it's very nice and refreshing, honestly. I like having a big variety of teams we can practice against, a lot of really good teams as well. And then, on top of that, all the regions have a lot of academy teams, which we don't have in NA really. So getting to see all that, where it's like a lot of growth and a lot of development of like the younger players or like newer talent. They have a gateway of doing that, which is just fantastic to see. Obviously, we're one of those as well. So it's a good thing. I enjoy it.
All right, that's cool. I'm glad. First of all, welcome to South Asia as well.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It's
I
been
hope
great.
you like it here as much as you can spend your time here. Swinging over to Kappa. Kappa, आपने खेला है, आपने जिया है, आपने जीता है, और अब आप मैनेज कर रहे हो एक टीम को जो अगले स्टेप आपके लेने वाले हैं. What do you feel about our team, and what do you feel about the current VCLSA? And give me a little bit of comparison. जो आपके टाइम में था और जो अभी है, उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए हमें.
जब भी हम खेल रहे थे तभी इंपोर्ट प्लेयर्स काफी कम थे. अभी हर एक टीम में यूजुअली 2 इंपोर्ट प्लेयर्स तो देखने मिलते हैं, लेकिन हम तभी 5 इंडियंस के साथ खेल रहे थे. अभी भी 5 इंडियंस के साथ ही खेलेंगे यहाँ पे. तो और होप करता हूँ कि वही रिजल्ट हम लोग फिर से ला पाए. जल्दी नहीं है, हमें टाइम लेंगे, लेकिन पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट्स आएंगे. और बेसिकली यंग टीम है, एवरेज एज ही टीम का 20 समथिंग होगा. तो यंग प्लेयर्स है काफ़ी, लेकिन यंग प्लेयर्स को बहुत ही डिसिप्लिन सिखाना पड़ता है. हर रोज उनको पूछना पड़ता है, ये किया क्या, वो किया क्या, क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो. करना चाहिए. उनको पता है कि ये सब ज़रूरी चीज़ है, लेकिन करते नहीं है. तो उस पर ध्यान दे रहा हूँ ज़्यादा, कि मेहनत करने के लिए रेडी है, सिर्फ वर्ड्स में नहीं, एक्शन में चाहिए.
Absolutely.
तो एक्शन में आ रहा है, थोड़ा कन्वर्ट हो रहा है.
Let's move on to a little bit about what Kappa, आप ही start करो. I want you to tell me about this. You've played for so many seasons. Tell me a little bit about competition wise जो आपने देखा है. आपके साथ वाले प्लेयर्स भी अभी भी खेल रहे हैं थोड़े बहुत, लेकिन नए प्लेयर्स भी आए हुए हैं. Talk to me about the competition. What do you feel like? Is it same as it was before? Is it better? What do you think about current VCLSA?
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कंपटीशन बेटर है, क्योंकि जो 20 प्लेयर्स रोटेट होते थे उसमें से बहुत कम हो गए. नए टैलेंट्स को स्पेस मिला है. तो मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा गेम में चेंज आएगा, पेस चेंज होगा. बेटर मैकेनिक्स वाले प्लेयर्स भी आए हैं, बहुत सारे यंग टैलेंट्स है. और मैं होप करता हूँ ओवरऑल कंपटीशन क्वालिटी बहुत अच्छा हो जाए, क्योंकि पहले सिर्फ इंडियन प्लेयर्स थे, अभी इंटरनेशनल कोचेस है, इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर्स भी इन्वॉल्व है VCSA में. तो ऑब्वियसली क्वालिटी तो ऊपर जाना ही चाहिए। और जैसे कि पुराने कुछ प्लेयर्स है, लेकिन वो पुराने प्लेयर्स भी काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस लेके आए हैं यहाँ पे फिर से खेलने के लिए लीग में। तो होप करता हूँ बढ़िया जाए कंपटीशन और नई नई चीज़ें देखने को मिले, और इसमें से कोई यंग टैलेंट बहुत शार्प निकले जो इंटरनेशनल स्टेज पे भी जाके उतना ही परफॉर्म कर पाए जितना इंडिया में करते हैं।
Yeah, well, we're hoping for the same. So I wanted to ask you, particularly as a coach, this year Valorant Riot has completely changed things, right? Maps keep changing every 2 months. Every act there's a new
Yep.
set of maps. So how are you going to tackle that with a brand new team? Have you already started preparing for maps that are yet to come back in Ascent and Icebox, or are you focusing on the maps that you have at hand right now?
So right now, been primarily focusing on the current map pool because that's our next tournament, right?
Mhm.
But I have, yes, done some prep for Ascent and Icebox, mainly, because might as well stay on top of it. And for like agents and things like that, right? Generally, I like to keep it role specific, but obviously we have a lot of young talent, so I do expect them to be learning a lot of new agents, and we have been, as part of our prep, having to learn new agents, especially with Masters coming around, right? We see a lot of Tejo, we see a lot of Viper, things like that.
Yeah, I think I'm a fan of constant change because if it keeps changing, then it's better. I feel like brings more excitement to the game.
I mean, Valorant's always been the one where it's gonna change constantly over and over again. Like we used to have 1 year metas. Now
Yeah.
it's a couple months metas, depending how fast agents come out. So it's nothing new. It's just faster now,
Yeah.
which
Fair
it's a part of Valorant. So I like it.
All right, that's good.
Keeps it fresh.
There is, of course, a very clear and out there statement that Indian Valorant is not at the level that we would hope for it to be. It's not been there for the last 5 years. Very cute dog, by the way. Say hello to
Yeah, that's Shadow. He's
that
tired.
shadow. Nice. All right.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
All right. So coming back to it, we've had a lot of Indian talent that has tried its level best to get to that point. We've seen only two of them so far make it to the very top. But I want you guys to give your opinions one by one. We can start off with Kappa Bhai. Why do you think there is a lack of Indian talent at the VCT? And can Indian talent, in your opinion, reach there?
अगर कंसिस्टेंटली हार्ड वर्क करेंगे और जो उनको जो कोचेस गाइडेंस देते हैं या सीनियर प्लेयर्स जो गाइडेंस देते हैं उसको फॉलो करेंगे तो बेशक जा सकते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि प्लेयर्स रीजंस ढूंढते हैं कि एम ट्रेन ना करने के लिए, खुद के वर्ड्स रिव्यू ना करने के लिए, लेकिन बेसिकली पता तो सबको है कि क्या करना चाहिए वहां तक पहुंचने के लिए, लेकिन कंसिस्टेंटली कोई नहीं करता है, बस लेजी हो जाता है। फैमिली का भी रीजन दे देते हैं कि ये करने जाना था, वो करने जाना था। ब्रो कुछ भी कर ले, लेकिन जेर को तुझे जो रेगुलरली चीजें करनी है वो करनी है। अगर तुम लोग गोल सिर्फ इंडिया में खेलने का रख रहे हो तो नहीं कर सकते भाई। कुछ सिर्फ रिप्रेजेंट करके आ जाओगे, वहाँ पे कुछ इम्पैक्ट नहीं कर पाओगे। लेकिन अगर गोल रखोगे कि वहाँ पे जाके मुझे जीतना है तो उतना हार्डवर्क भी करना पड़ेगा। अभी थियरी चलते रहता है तभी भी कितने प्लेयर्स लॉस्ट रहते हैं, बाजू में फोन पे स्क्रोलिंग करते रहते हैं। फोकस जितना कम टाइम करोगे प्रैक्टिस, लेकिन वो पूरा टाइम फोकस के साथ करना है ना। क्वालिटी प्रैक्टिस होना चाहिए, क्वांटिटी वाला प्रैक्टिस करके क्या मतलब है। प्लेयर्स को वही नहीं समझता कि टीम प्रैक्टिस के अलावा भी खुद पे काम करना जरूरी है। इंडिविजुअली इम्प्रूव करने के लिए खुद के वार्ड्स देखना, नए गेम्स देखना, दूसरे टीम्स इंटरनेशनल टीम्स क्या कर रहे हैं वो देखना, वो खुद से इनपुट लेके आना, टीम को बताना, प्लेयर्स को बताना, और खुद का एम ट्रेन करना। एक हर रोज का रूटीन होना चाहिए डेली। यहाँ तक तो प्लेयर्स को खाना खाने का रूटीन भी नहीं है, मतलब कौन से टाइम पे खाना खाएंगे वो भी फिक्स नहीं होता है प्लेयर्स का। अभी मन किया तो खेलते खेलते खा लेंगे, तो मतलब बेसिकली बहुत डिसिप्लिन लैक करता है, मुझे लगता है ऐसा। और पहले वाले प्लेयर्स भी वही मिस्टेक्स कर रहे थे, और अब अगर अभी सीनियर प्लेयर्स कोई मिल रहे हैं या फिर कोचेस मिल रहे हैं प्लेयर्स को, तो फिर अगर उन्होंने जो मिस्टेक्स किए हैं उनको पता है कि क्या चेंज करना जरूरी है, तो उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करना नए प्लेयर्स का काम है। और वो खुद से होना चाहिए। बाहर से 10 बार बोल देंगे, लेकिन अगर खुद से स्टेप लेके नहीं करोगे, सुधरोगे नहीं, तो फिर वो ड्रीम ही रह जाएगा इंटरनेशनल पे कुछ करना। फिर वही इंडिया में खेलो और इधर ही बचते रहो।
Players are not honest with themselves, not honest with the management, what they are doing in their life. They're not disciplined, they lack discipline, they're not patient. To actually get to a level where, like international level, you have to be patient, and you have to have discipline. Like you have to do everything, and on top of that, you have to do more. You have to teach your teammates, you have to teach everybody around you how to play the game, like whatever input you can do. I feel like players don't do that. They just want to make it fast, which is a mistake. If you try to make it fast, you will make a lot of mistakes, you know. First of all, they should fix their life, what they're doing in their life. Like just to play this game just for the fact that you're good at it, you should not do that. If you want to go professional in anything, you should treat this like a sport, like a real sport. Like you should be physically good also. Like you should fix your routine. You should, you know, be mentally clean, get rid of the bad habits, then come to practice. Then have a, you know, clean conversation with everybody, respect everybody, be disciplined, do everything that you're getting told by your management, the coach, follow what the coach is saying.
Yep.
Yeah, then obviously results will come. If you're honest and you're humble and you don't have ego issues, yeah, then results will come. I think that's what Indian players lack. I won't say that I'm the perfect player. I've also lacked these. So yeah, I think if we do this, results will come.
Putting in the time, putting in the effort, that's the main thing. All the Masters teams, they put in the time, they put in the effort, they do the prep, right? They work it out through all their problems together, one by one, whatever it is, you know, together as a team mostly. The best ones are always ones that do that. And then for us, right, just because I've only worked with this Indian team, but basically from what I've seen, it seems like just being a bit behind in general as to what should be a team, right? Everyone kind of working together. There's always going to be problems, no matter what team. Every team deals with that. So how you work through them together, you know, understanding you need to be open, honest with your teammates, deal with the problems head on, you know, as a team, and you'll come out the other side as a much better team in general, right? If you want to be at the top, you have to do all those things, and you have to be basically as close to you can as perfect with it, right? Like it's a lot of effort. It's very hard to do. It's much easier not to care about it and just play your game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fight Night. We are back with another edition of this wonderful tournament where GE Academy faces off against the teams of the world, and to see where they stand and to give you guys a bit of an insight as to what is happening in their lives. How are they preparing? How are they going ahead? What new stuff has been cooked up by this team? We're going to find out all of it today as me, Universe, and Crips will be taking you guys through these matches.
Yeah, and today we have a bunch of cool teams that we have invited. Obviously, all of these tournaments, this Fight Night series is being hosted so GE can get a better quality of practice. And today we have chosen a bunch of stronger opponents. The teams that we will be participating with today are Talon Esports, Talon Esports Academy, by the way, and XIPTO Esports. Both of these teams obviously are amazing. Their track records have been phenomenal. So yeah, GE is going to have their work cut out for them. And it's a new milestone for the academy team as well, because just 5 days ago, I believe on the 1st of May, these guys arrived in our Mumbai bootcamp. So they will also be meeting each other for the first time and getting to spend some quality time together under the same roof.
True.
I hope that will, you know, show us some results, and that will hopefully improve the team dynamics.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of difference in the way that you play when you're at home and the way that you play when you're in the boot camp. It's a lot more team based. It's a lot more I would say motivating to be next to your teammates. Especially when you're playing. It gives you that little bit of a LAN feel. When you're going to cafes and playing with your friends and stuff like that. So this should be a bit of a better scenario for Global Esports. The last time around, they had, of course, a bit of a little bit of difficulty moving around. But what do you think might be the one difference one thing that they would have learned from last time to this time?
I think the last time main problem that the G Academy team was facing was adapting to their enemy's playstyle, because they were hell bent on just showing their own game style, and they were trying to reinforce their own plan A without really being able to transition to plan B and plan C, if at all they had anything. So today I hope that they are able to prove themselves against these better opponents. And it's a simple tournament format. It's going to be a round robin best of 3. We have G Academy going up against XIPTO Esports first, then Talon Academy versus XIPTO, and then Talon Academy versus G Academy. These 3 teams, they will all face each other, And then in the grand finals, we will be looking at the top two teams. Basically, the team that loses both of their matches
Yeah.
will not go forward to the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got some two pretty great teams here to face off against, G Academy today. Talon Academy, of course, have, been playing recently in their region, and they've been, I would say, rather decent. They've got some interesting players as well. Not to mention, Surf is in this academy roster. Once upon a time, Surf was also on the main roster. So he's got some experience in playing around some of these top tier of Valorant Pacific, and there's a couple of other youngsters as well, who are populating the Talent Academy roster, which is really interesting. These, and of course, recently, the Talent Academy's complete transition, sorry, not Talent Academy, Talent Esports, the main roster, transition to go from them being an international roster to a fully equipped Thai based roster. A move that a lot of people were a little questionable about, because I mean, to be fair, the previous roster did make champions, right? They finished top 4. But you can see the vision that they're having with this. Clearly, Thai talent to be promoted is the way to go. And that's exactly what we're trying to do with Global Esports as well, where we hope that these players, same as Talent Academy, one day are trained to the point where they can reach the VCT Pacific and hopefully play for the main roster.
And yeah, I did see the new additions to Talon Esports main roster. The two new players, Dai and Kilwa, these guys have just been absolutely slaying it in the server. In fact, I still remember the first game I casted for Talon Esports. I was still, in two minds about the two new additions. And then Kilwa goes ahead and gets an ace in the very third round of his debut in VCT Pacific. And I'm like, this guy's here. This guy has arrived. And clearly, whatever steps Talon are using to cook up their new rosters, whatever they are doing to their academy roster so that they can then promote them to the main roster, all of those things, they are working really well for them. And Talent Esports, they are playing quite well in VCT Pacific. So yeah, I'm hoping to see that Talent Academy also makes a bunch of progress. And I want them to give G Academy a good run for their money.
Yeah, speaking of giving a good run for their money, very recently Talon Academy did play against a bunch of teams, including the likes of Naos, Zeta Academy, and even DRX Academy, who, by the way, they did beat DRX Academy not too long ago, by the way, just on the 18th of April, so just about 2 weeks ago. And speaking of what they're going to be doing today, of course, we start off on that treacherous map of Haven. But I'm okay with the fact that we have a best of 3 today. So we will definitely be seeing a minimum of %. And if at all given the bonus, we will go on to split.
Now, having casted many of these Fight Nights events with you before, Universe, I know that you have a particular dislike for Haven. But what do you feel about Ascent and Split? Because I, on the other hand, dislike Ascent a little. I feel like it's a little too basic of a map at this point in 2025. So if I want to see this map, I want people to pick something new. I want people to pick some agents which we don't often see on Ascent. Maybe a Deadlock or perhaps a Yoru thrown into the mix. That would be lovely. Split, of course, it still managed to stay interesting enough all throughout these years, which is quite surprising, because even though the meta has evolved so many times on this map, people still find more and more new ways to come up with innovative rosters and innovative compositions. Absolutely. And G Academy last time, I think they tried to cook, but it did not really pan out in their favor. Like, they did not understand the win condition of their own composition. So I hope that at least that problem will be fixed this time.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they're able to kind of play to the strengths of what their composition is going to dictate, and also not given the fact that they have got their ways of slowing down games when they really should be pacing up, and I think that comes a lot down to what they would have decided before and maybe what's just happening in game. I did get a little bit of insight that that the calls that were being made, it was not just, of course, Ryzen as the IGO, but the team as a whole, was okay with slowing down with the approach they had, especially when you have a Theo and Breach on your comp, right? So I think that maybe now we have stepped forward into beating that tile and kind of taking the right measures to make sure that If we have a comp that dictates a certain amount of speed, you might want to go with it. Maybe add a neon to that, blast all stuff out of the proportion. And like you said, carpet bomb aside if they want to, with a bunch of ultimates. Speaking of which, let's have a look at their opponents as well, right? XIPTO Esports are going to be playing against them in the first game. And this is going to be a very interesting game, especially because XIPTO Esports are coming off of a bunch of losses right now. Not been in the greatest of forms, but they are, of course, playing, in the Challengers League of Southeast Asia. So they are in a decent spot when all things considered, but it's just not been the best of journeys. The last couple of they've lost 4 out of their last 5 games, which hasn't been the prettiest one. All of them have been rather clean sweeps, 2-0s, all of them. So maybe coming into this tournament, they need a little bit of a confidence boost, a little bit of practice. Of course, they also will need it. And given that, I think you've got a team like Talon Academy here and Global Esports Academy, it also opens you up to different play styles, which I think they're going to take in to learn from and go back to the VCLSA and maybe apply it there.
Yeah, I really hope that they can learn a thing or two from XIPTO Esports, because I do believe that VCLSEA is a tinge above VCL South Asia.
Yeah.
I do believe that the Southeast Asian teams, just the overall level of competition over there is slightly better.
Yep.
So even though XIPTO have lost 4 out of their 5 games, they were against some strong opponents, and it wasn't like they were getting completely destroyed. They were able to give them a decent run for their money. They went like 12-14 against RRQ Academy and 10-13 against them, so they were dragging them into overtimes and whatnot. Even against the Mongols, it was quite a tough game, but they still managed to prevail in the end. So XIPTO Esports, I do believe that even with all the trouble that they faced in the recent past, I think they should be able to give G Academy a run for their money. And at the end of the day, it's all about getting these boys better practice. So whatever risks they cannot take in VCL tournaments, I think they can take them over here. So I hope that they are feeling a lot more liberated about opening up to new comps and trying out new stuff that they don't get to otherwise try out. I do have a lot of high hopes from Ya and Hot Sauce. These the two players from Philippines in XIPTO Esports. These guys have created a massive amount of reputation for themselves. Like, they are notorious right now for pulling off clutches, and even the community has been praising them quite a lot. And I want to see them at their full strength. So yeah, I'm hoping that the G boys can handle them.
Yeah, well, we're gonna find out in just a couple of minutes now, as we're getting ready to get into the game. And again, it depends on what exactly is also going to be. GE's playing 5 today. We do know that there's been a bunch of swaps in the past, where we've had Envy step out, then we've had Smoker step out at times. And we've had a bunch of iterations, different ways, different things that they're constantly trying with their players, right? So what is it going to be today? Are we going to see Envy come back in? Is there going to be a switch of roles? Because last time UV was playing duelist, and if Envy's back in, is he going to continue on the duelist, or are they going to put him on a different role, Sentinel, which he also is able to play? So there is a lot of question marks around what Global Esports Academy is going to be putting up today. And I'm hoping that whatever it is, if there's another change, anything that comes through, it's going to be for the direction of the team doing better overall. And I'm just excited to see what GE have in store today, because they are going to be playing Ascent at the bare minimum. No more only Haven from GE, which has been, I think, the last 2 fight nights they've only played Haven.
Yeah, I mean, I can't exactly blame them. The last 2 fight nights, we've had best of ones. So I think all the teams will ban out all the maps that they are even slightly doubtful about. At least in the best of 3, you get a lot more wiggle room. So you get to see more games other than just Haven. But then again, G Academy, their first map is going to be Haven. So yeah, even though they are playing Ascent and perhaps a split game, if at all it goes to map number 3, I'm hoping that they don't repeat the same mistakes they did on Haven last time. Like, let's say, if, for example, if you're going to pick up a deadlock, then you better keep that deadlock alive in the post-hunt situations. And if you're going to pick up a double controller, then you better start using the contact and the burst style play much better than just going in for full-blown executes. So yeah, there was a bit of a problem with them understanding the exact strength of their composition. And I hope that that's been fixed. Naturally, by virtue of being together under the same roof, they can have these conversations a lot more fluidly. Even Arubis has flown down, so the coach is there in the boot camp helping them
Yeah.
out. Even Kappa will be present at that time. So yeah, they've got two brains now who can guide them in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And considering that, even the fact that they have been playing around with so many compositions, I think Rubies will have a better way to kind of, lead them as well. He's going to be able to be more hands on, and which is obviously going to help the players, given that he is, a coach from NA, and for him to come all the way down here is only going to give, the players that much more motivation. And I think we are ready to start here. Finally, let's go. We've got XIPTO on the defensive side, and the compositions here have seemed to be a little bit the same as they were before. I'm just gonna look through what Global Esports did the previous time, because considering that they are playing with the Vice this time, did they have the Vice the last time as well?
Beats me. I wish my memory was that strong. My mom keeps telling me to
Oh yeah,
have
it
almonds,
is
like,
the same.
stuff
It
in
is the same.
Well, since they have a breach tier composition, the primary strength of this lineup will now revolve around trying to get early control of the main region and then saving just enough utility to execute and burst onto the site. They might even have to go for a bunch of contact plays, considering there's no info-based initiator over here. You have a sentinel sure to prevent backstabs, but then again, there's not much that you can do in terms of gathering information with the Vice. On the other hand, XIPTO are playing a rather standard meta composition, except they have a Cypher instead of a Killjoy. So fairly standard stuff from XIPTO Esports. They're gonna start off by showing early presence towards A lobby by just sending in a recon, but the rest of them are going down towards mid. It's a double flank up from XIPTO Esports. G have encroached into the A site, but they will get the plant for rather free, no contest. He tried to go for a smoke kill, but not gonna happen. Not yet, at least.
Yeah, they're gonna cross on. The flank's been alerted. The wall's gonna get them the info, and I think this is Ryzen right now. A bit of a self suppress there. He's gonna have to hold on for a second, as we've got here Lil Boy not gonna be able to get that one. Double P comes through, and he's finding one, but XIPTO just kind of flood into the site. Don't mind me kind of, just kind of messing up the names a little bit, guys, because the players seem to have their own little
random names.
Plays with their names. Yeah, we've got Shelby, who's Lil Boy. We've got Ryzen just going for a bunch of R's, and we've got a Hot Sauce.
No, Hot Sauce, at least Hot Sauce and Ya are using their own name. The two Filipino players are using their own name. But then there's another guy called Bismillah Peak and the other guy called Haram Peak.
Haram Peak, yeah, which is...
not sure which one of these players will be. I'm guessing one of them is Pixie, one of them is Riza.
Yeah.
But I can't be sure who's who. Unless they tell us. So, yeah.
And we've got another KKK here, which is keyboard. Interesting variations of names. Stun is good. Hot Sauce forced to kind of just crouch and wait. Does get a peek, does not get time to shoot though. Should have probably fired a bullet. And UV, who's back to the Sentinel role, by the way, looked up towards the cavity of B. Nothing yet from G after that initial contact on C, hoping to get maybe a little bit of waylay into B. The smokes are Eddie.
It's missed. Was it on purpose to prevent
I think it was
backside?
intended. They wanted to fight a Link and go straight towards it. I like that actually. That's not a bad idea at all.
Yeah.
Kind of fake out, maybe, make XIPTO think, oh, they've messed up the smoke. But now what they're going to be afraid of is that A-shot position, which has been detected. But he gets to anyway. And that is a 3K that Global Esports should not have conceded.
Absolutely not. I mean, the flash was present. Somehow doesn't get fully flashed by it. And at deadly close range, he's able to connect two shots with the out-of without even breaking a sweat. Switches over to the classic and bursts it down so well. It was almost too stylish for Global Esports to handle.
Yeah, well, now that it is a full buy here, XIPTO are ready to actually kind of put the charge on the pressure on that A side, and they're reading this well as well. Global Esports, all 5 of their players ready to kind of come here and take charge. Salvo's gone in. Flash also detects Fixie here. He's going to have to be forced back, but he's going straight through. Very gutsy to sit here with the Outlaw. The reveal changes over to the Shorty. This is going to be a massacre. He gets away as well. And he's got a decent chunk of health to keep himself in these fights still active. One more he finds as they're losing out on members here. Any little boy gets a trade, but the double swing is too far for him to shift onto. And Ja finishes things off as Global Esports is woes with those half armors and region shields. Will be cut down short with the Outlaw pretty easily.
Yeah, pretty fast stuff from XIPTO Esports here. I think I have figured out one thing though. The Jet is most likely Riza, considering he always plays Jet in Haven games. So that's most likely gonna be him, yeah. And the Sova, I believe, is going to be either...
I'm pretty sure the last time they played Haven, it was the opposite. Riza was the Sova.
Sorry. Yeah, Riza was the Sova and Fixie was
the Jet. Yeah, Fixie is the duelist.
The Jet.
Yeah,
My bad. Alright. Again, this is just a suspicion for now. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Nice trap play though. Envy encroaches into the site, and the moment he does that, there's a paranoia to greet them.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely no remorse. The trap play works well for XIPTO Esports. And G is forced by. It's been rendered useless.
Yeah, G not really finding any sort of openings anywhere on the map for that matter. They've been read out by XIPTO on actually every single round so far. The A attack on the buy round was absolutely shut down. The garage take as well with Envy, with the Stinger, also completely ready for it. XIPTO have been so far in control of the game, and Global Esports will now probably start trying to slow down the pressure. They've been trying a little bit of fast pace, but it's been mixed, and now it seems like again XIPTO going towards the garage region. They're going to actually push out over there. UV is able to actually hold him off, and he gets 2 for his troubles. Gets away as well. That's actually a good hold here from Global Esports. UV managing to make sure that the trade numbers are ahead in their name. And G now venturing on towards that A side, where already the cavalry survived in terms of defense.
The brick smoke expires, and they will then continue going through. But of course, XIPTO Esports are also trying their best to delay them by placing these lock smokes on the A main entrance. Nice paranoia on the contact with the drone. Should be able to hold them off even more, but here the rolling thunder rips through. Riza tries to hold his ground, continues staying over there, and even Hot Sauce decides to plant his feet firmly in the ground, only to be knocked back down in there.
Yeah.
Leaving it all in the hands of Ya. 1v4.
You were saying good, sorry, forgive me.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. He is indeed a veteran. But I do believe that with this position discovered, this might be too tall of a task even for him.
He's just probably going to hope to drop a couple of weapons here. Manages to do one, almost got the second, and a Breach ultimate forces out a Global Esports Academy round here. And they're heading up close to even the Armageddon. So this should be another round that Global Esports should be looking to, put up in their pockets, because Armageddon, such a beautiful piece of chaos that you can just use to clear out any big part of the site. And it seems like they're going to focus on getting him the orb towards... I'm not sure where exactly Ryzen's going to be going. Envy's outside of C though, so maybe a little bit of extra pressure to make sure that first XIPTO aren't pushing up here, because XIPTO will definitely look to deny that orb, but seems unlikely that they're going to be doing it towards that C site, where Global Esports now slowly start to converge.
Slow contact again towards C. Yep, they've discovered them taking the orb down. Nice Armageddon. This should force them to vacate the site. Yeah, continues staying over there, but he's been completely stunned. And we should be able to recover the weapon. But wait, Hot Sauce diving through on the back of that Hunter's Fury as well. He's got plenty of work to do, and he's done enough. A nice double kill. Cosmic Divide will be disrespected as XIPTO try to dive right through it, but UV is ready to intercept them.
Well, needs to be careful here. Fixie gets one, and he's not aware of the other. Now he spots him, but Kibo saves the day. Another round for Global Esports, but very expensive at the back of it. 2 ultimates expended there, and also 4 weapons dropped. So the economy for Global Esports. Not going to be in a great position. XIPTO have also been brought down a little, so that's going to definitely throw them in a bit of a mix. Just hope we could see the scoreboard once to make sure that I understand where all the ultimates are. And there we go. Thank you so much. Okay, so we've got UV's ultimate, of course. Global Esports a bit away from the rest of them. And one big ultimate that could come up now is for Eman, if he manages to find a kill, because they're not focusing on him getting the orb. He's just playing for the setup here. A has been cleared out. The orb's gonna hold the line, and this should be fairly easy. Distraction not really working their way, and he has to get back.
It's a very bold peek from Bismillah. I guess it's Riza again, but nice op shot. This should keep them at bay, kind of discouraging them from going towards a link. Paranoia doesn't really hit them, so they can continue keeping these sidelines active. Oh god, that's a shot missed. Envy's life spared for now. He will be able to punish Eman, but on the back of this cloud burst, will he be able to challenge Hot Sauce? Yes, he does. In his face, right clicks with the daggers. Once again, G Academy have the numbers advantage up until that op comes through. An ace from Envy to keep things alive. What a way to just play around the site. Yes, he kind of let one of his teammates die in the process, but lovely way to handle the aggression from XIPTO Esports coming in from either side. There was a moment where I was worried because there was no smokes. And I thought maybe the op in the hands of Fixie will be able to get a lot more kills than what he currently did. But I'm glad that Envy is able to handle the heat.
Yeah, he did it really well, and the confidence boost is, of course, just cherry on top of the cake here, as Global Esports now have put up 3 in a row, and that throws the XIPTO Esports into a bit of a mix. Envy spotted out, and they no one's here. Hot Sauce. That is a shot and a half, my friend. The trade comes through, but he's a little out in the open, and he's gonna go down as well. The first shot was amazing. Unfortunately for him, it just didn't convert. And UV gonna be able to find the flank here. Okay, a little dangerous.
Whoa.
A little dangerous. Eman finding 2. And Ryzen needs to stay alive here as long as possible. UV's come up to cover up for him, but the damage is still being done. Reza has to be meticulous with this one. The double swing still not coming through. They're giving him peaks one by one, and he's still surviving. Out with the knife, no bullets left. Thought he could just kind of stab him straight in the chest, but honestly, a decent eco round here from XIPTO. Taking out 3 was a very big thing.
Yeah, and I really thought that Hot Sauce would be able to get away with that as well. He kind of got stunned, dodged the fault line, then he was hit with the special delivery from the Theo. And that's how he died, but I really think he could have gotten away with that. That Sheriff shot was lovely. Even the double kill onto the side, that was absolutely nuts, man. I mean, XIPTO Esports are sharp with their Sheriffs. I'm kind of glad that UV was able to get that frag all the way from attacking spawn. Otherwise, that too could have been a massive problem. The Blade Storm in the hands of Fixie is a force to be reckoned with. Once again, yeah, they're showing the garage presence a little too often, but they've been punished over here quite often. Like last time they showed garage presence, there was a paranoia to blind 2 people the moment they stepped into the double doors. This time there's probably going to be a fault line ready for them.
Oh, the flash is good, and Riza needs to hold his ground. Hot Sauce helps him out for a second, but Riza, too many, and he gets overpowered there. Stun was good, and now Hot Sauce once again. The deep smoke to just make sure he holds off the line. And the peak at the right time, unfortunately, just not good enough. Another ultimate comes through for XIPTO here, as Eman makes sure that Global Esports don't get a touch of that ace side. And 40 seconds on the clock, they're forced to rotate here. And Hot Sauce is still keen on going for the fight. A little too ambitious at 4 HP, and UV takes care of him. As Ja, I think he gave off a footstep, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm less worried about the footsteps. I was actually concerned that Hot Sauce at 4 HP would have been the bait, and Ya would have been able to follow up on the back of him, but there was probably a lapse in communication and he could not get the trade. Lovely fault line. It hits them both, and Eman is ready for the reaping. Kipo, nice pre-fire onto Ya, but he's barely got enough time. He has to stick it in the open. No clue where his opponent could be. Half HP versus full HP. And Pixie's got it ready. He's got more than enough time to go back and recover the AWP as well. So this will be a much bigger problem for G to deal with in the next round.
Yeah. That was a very unfortunate round for Keeper. They got two, did not expect the third to come in from short. The only angle that he did not watch, expecting him to come in from front line itself. 5 and 4, XIPTO keep their lead back on their hands. They're not going to let Global Esports get away with the advantage of rounds here. And all things considered, Global Esports are in a decent position of a couple of ultimates here. You've got the Rolling Thunder and the Armageddon just an orb away for both. So if they force a little bit of an issue towards that C side, get a plant for one and pick up the orb for the other, it is a very, very strong round for Global Esports here. Although weaponry not good for one, Lil Boy, he of course is going to be playing on the back lines as the Astra. But here we go, C side once again. The op's going to be smoked off here as Fixie, his aggression is not going to pay off this time, but the honest cojones on this man to just go for that peek through a smoke is very, very commendable.
I'm actually surprised that nobody really died over there. Casualty free and counter for now. But G have been discouraged to go towards mid. Once again, they're going to go back towards the A side, which has been the tried and tested side for them. They won a round with the Rolling Thunder previously. They're going to try to do it again. Envy's been picked off already. And even Lil Boy gets stunned with the Rolling Thunder, so that's a bit of miscommunication from G's side. The flash not really there. And Fixie able to get one more before he finally bites the dust. Nice reveal with the recon. That paranoia should render two players blind. Kibo just keeping them at bay for now, but he can't buy enough time for the spike to be planted. And XIPTO Esports begin their retake before G even step in and plant the spike.
The biggest problem there, letting Fixie survive for so long. He got stunned, he got blinded, and he still managed to get away with 2 kills. Never should that be happening, especially when you know you've got the A side. I'm not quite sure why they didn't choose to kind of swing out with their players to check under heaven, because that's the only place he could be. If not, he would obviously run away to the back of site and forgive me, towards spawn region, and then it's completely clear. But you need to be clearing those angles when you've thrown in a Rolling Thunder. Instead, they went straight for the plant.
Yeah, and there was a bit of miscommunication on G's end as well, because Lil Boy got stunned with the Rolling Thunder, and on top of that, they used a flash on default box, which should have been able to blind Fixie. And he probably was blind. He didn't like fully evade the flash, but still, when they peeked him, it took so long to hit their shots. He was able to scope in and then kill one, and he made it look so easy. Made it look like he was watching things in slow motion.
Yeah, there it is. All the players at the boot camp, along with their coach.
Oh, I noticed they've got new chairs now. Had a different bunch last time.
Nice. Upgrades. Hopefully those upgrades are going to allow them to take this game here.
Yes, a gaming chair will definitely help them, sure.
That's why we all win, don't we?
Oh, big dive, but Envy's kind of blind. The judge at deadly close range, able to do a tiny bit of damage to Hot Sauce, but yo, my god, that's a meat grinder right there. Holy hell, what did I just witness?
That was a meat grinder, or rather a blender on that C long side.
Yeah, just a hailstorm of bullets. Smoke fades, sightlines established, and everybody on XIPTO Esports just let their weapons rip. Shredding G to pieces, just turning them into Swiss cheese.
Alright, here we go. It was 4-4 at a certain point, and XIPTO seem to have found their stride in this game. A little bit of aggression seems to be thrown. Not aggression, rather, but holding down the site mostly. Just keeping themselves in hand to make sure that the fights are in their control, not GE's. Has given XIPTO 3 in a row again. 7-4. Potential 8-4 here as UV tries to maybe change their outcome. He's not been spotted just yet. The camera's a little more deeper. The Global Esports, the rest of the cavalry, just trying to find a little bit of headspace in towards Garage, and Envy delivers the shot that gives him the opening. The op will not connect, but it seems like he's keen on pushing this matter. The ultimate comes through to make sure that the Garage push is stopped, but UV is going to now start moving into that A side. He's been caught off by Heaven. Now Global Esports are now confused, but are they heading towards the C side? No, they're going towards A.
Oh, Envy is gonna try to go for a flank, but even though he's been revealed, does he figure out that Rizzy's right here? Yes, he does. The Blade Storm good for one. Tries to re-challenge the fight against Eman. Wait, he uses the Cloudburst to reposition himself to close left. That's a good angle. Will Eman be aware about this one? He tries to go for the pre-fire, but the blades connect yet again. The backstab's been shut as well. Ryzen steps up. And Global Esports Academy hold on. 5 rounds on the attack half. Not the best that they were hoping for. They obviously had better plans, but they were promptly shut down by XIPTO Esports. But all things considered, not a terrible half.
Yeah, it is actually a very decent half considering that they were 4-0 down. And to come 7-5 is actually pretty decent. And now they will be looking to hopefully win the pistol, as they've got 3 players outside of B here, both the initiators and the duelist right now situated in that B side, and it looks like they want to probably challenge window, but XIPTO have got other plans. They want to go ahead to straight the C side. One's holding the flank down as Fixie takes the first point of contact. UV's going to have a jump peek now, spots out one, gets a couple of bullets coming his way, confirms that there's more than 2 here. Wall's been triggered, and that's a good piece of utility taken out from GE's hands here early in the round.
When they're gonna just park Ya over here, head back towards A. So Ya's gonna activate the late lurk at some point when he hears the members of G Academy rotating. For now, it's Lil Boy who's acting like the first line of defense. Dodges the drone. But he's gonna try and jump peek this one again. This could be terrible. He could be punished over here since he's alone. Called in for the rotation. Ryzen arrives on scene to help him out. Drone to re-clear his shot, but the full hit from A long is now inbound. The fault line as well as the paranoia renders Lil Boy completely blind and stunned. Ryzen also can't keep up. Kibo gets at least 1 frag in the fadeaway, but now the late look from Ya has been activated, and I don't think G Academy are aware about this one.
Yeah,
it's going to be a nasty surprise to them.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He's going to wait for the double here, and he gets both of them. Ja, he's got 1 final target. Does not manage to take care of that. Once again, Kibo in a 1v4. He's got a bunch of targets. Not going to hit a single one. 8-5, and the simple pressure from that breach stun and the blind from the Omen, more than enough to give Fixie a double kill. And a little bit of a problematic one there. Ryzen came in while throwing down his salvos. So when the Jet dashed in, he actually was still recovering from taking his gun out in his hands.
Yeah. And that's the deadly part, right? Because like they were aware that XIPTO Esports were probably on their way to A. They sent in the drone to clear a shot, but in that very moment, XIPTO Esports throw out their utility, and the best part is all the util connects. Dry peek by Ya kills UV. Sentinel on Sentinel violence. And with that, they have clear access to C side. Nothing to stop them.
Complete flank play here from Global Esports, and Hot Sauce is gonna expect that. He's gonna sit on the back line outside of C just to make sure that nobody tries any funny business. But no, Global Esports want to try and take Garage for the matter, and probably just hold on to Garage because they would rather just die to the spike here, and that's probably the best case scenario. Unless Hot Sauce comes in and has something to say about it. I think he's been spotted though, Ryzen. Yep, he's definitely seen him. Now they're playing around for just a little bit of time here. Double swing should come through, but still somehow only one of them shows his face.
Hot Sauce baited. The classic burst. Net NV2 kills at the very least, but yeah, most likely Lil Boy will also die to the Vandal rather than the spike. Oh, never mind. Can he run away and get the gun? No, he can't. A Vandal awarded to him at the last second, but he can't hold on to it. Yeah, but at least that's one gun taken away from XIPTO, so that's some economic damage dealt. Although
Yeah.
not nearly enough to stop the momentum.
I mean, it's decent enough to consider that they're not going forward with that Vandal, so it's a better, thought in their minds. But what is going to trouble me? Oh, never mind, it's not going to actually. Rice is the only one who does not have a full shield here, so that Outlaw is not going to be as troublesome as long as it does not get 2 shots out of it to the same person. And where exactly is it moving? It seems like it's moving. Okay. Okay. Well, we seem to just go for a bit of a world tour there. A replay and then a world tour, and back we are again. The Outlaws heading in towards A, where we've got a Sentinel and an Initiator waiting for them. Breach and Demise. And it seems like Kibo's already gone away. He's satisfied with the amount of no sound given here. And the wall's been triggered, and that instantly calls back the Breach.
UV tanks that fault line. The smoke actually saves his life, gives him a little breathing space. Kibo peeks ahead of it. UV just jiggling around them. Wait, did he just go undetected over there?
Yeah.
Envy dies, but UV still hasn't been spotted. Oh my god, he's Houdini. He just slipped past unnoticed. And now they'll see him. Too late though. He had the world destined for him, but unfortunately only gets one.
Last player standing.
Sometimes there's such a thing as too much trigger discipline.
Yeah.
The trigger gets absolutely broken out of your gun, and then what are you going to shoot? Ghosts. He shot
Blanks.
one, and that was it. Okay, little boy. Maybe a 1v3 clutch on your cards. You got a bingo. Complete, my friend. A tripwire to break, and that... No, that's so... Okay, risky.
Wow.
He's playing it out in the open. He even gets the second, but... Fair enough. Okay, little boy.
Yeah, man, that was a very bold place to put down your stars. Gave me so much anxiety for a second, man. I swear to God, I thought he was gonna die the moment he went into his astral
It
form.
always happens, right? Always. Even in my ranked games.
Yeah, but even in my ranked game, people don't take this much of a risk. In my ranked games, people will bait their teammates to get themselves a safe spot and put down the stars, but no.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the other way around for pros. A little bit of a decision to kind of just slow down the pace here for Global Esports, as Rubies is not really happy with what's been going on. Global Esports should have won that round. In all fairness, they had control. They had a lot of, in utility aside as well. Kibo was playing along that smoke where UV was situated. But I feel like, UV, if he had just turned back into the smoke after he crossed it, I think he would have been able to get 2.
And there you have it. My boy Talon capturing all these players, get beat. Nalu is probably sitting...
Not just yet. We've got a Send to go to as well. But yeah, maybe this round, yeah.
Yeah. They don't really have much, and I don't believe the Stingers will be able to do much when you're stunned. That being said, credit where it's due, Emin's utility has been on point. He hasn't missed a single fault line the entire game.
Absolutely. Oh, little boy does spot out one, and look at that. Instantly warrants a push, it seems. Little boy's going to have to be conceding that C side. They don't even want to smoke that spawn. They hold it off for a couple of seconds, and it comes a little later. But the site, I was going to say spike. The site has been taken control of, and Global Esports now going on the flank. But what they don't know might be the one that kills them, and it is going to be that Cypher sitting outside a garage. Ja, he's going to hear... No, I don't think he knows that there's one on the flank, and they're going to cross each other.
Still 4v5, but G Academy are taking way too much time. I mean, I don't even know if they want to go for the retake anymore, or are they just intending to die to the spike. Oh, there you go. Start the retake. Have to go through the smokes. Obviously, that's going to result in them getting shot. Yeah, plenty of gaps in their armor. Plenty of gaps in between these players as they peek out of the smoke.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? When you're peeking out of smoke, the one and only main thing that you're going to do is definitely not peek out from the same angle, first of all. And secondly, you want to pop out of two different extremities of the smoke so that they cannot hit, a target one by one. And there's small, very tiny intricacies that G Academy need to pay attention to there. Even if you're just trying to, damage the economy, make sure that you have these double peaks sorted out in the way that they are the most effective. Speed increased once again. Fixie going to be stopped by the Razor Wines in Garage, but it is still, of course, takeable. And it seems like at the moment, they are keen on finding the B side as well. Teleport's been faked off, so this is actually not a place that they want to go. It's a complete fake, but it's been read out by Ryzen here. He's thrown in his drone, and that's cleared off most of the back of B side. Here they go once again. The ultimate on the back of side. Yuvi gets one. Stunned at the moment, but the counter stun from Kibo really helpful. And that's probably going to allow Yuvi for another, but the flash once again. Eman, the utility proving to be such good use for his team to just get control in the smallest of these map nooks and crannies.
The need to keep the pressure toward Logs on because Envy is already on the flank, but they're aware about his presence. And now it's just Ryzen alone towards Logs. He's gone unchecked for the time being, but Kibo needed to get that trade instantly. And now there's a whole rolling thunder towards him. Wow, okay. Didn't expect them to use it for just one guy who doesn't even have full HP, but Kibo lives to fight another day. Fault line will be ready. Should be able to use it towards default, but he's scared of pulling it out right now.
One enemy remaining.
Potential crossfire established, but no, wait. Emin just peeks late. I really thought he would peek along with Riza. But hey, he gets the job done nonetheless.
Match point.
Yeah, I think it was a little away from the angle. That's why he couldn't peek it out completely. But I understand the fault line. Forgive me, not the fault line. The rolling thunder play there, because it is, of course, going to give them match point, right? So why wouldn't you want to put the pressure more on GE than you already have? Although they had a good advantage in the beginning, UV unfortunately caught out in the bad angle. And then Ryzen as well, sitting on site, had no real support there. Should have probably had Kibo do a little bit of bait work, but Kibo was again away. So once again, solo plays that are happening, but on the back of a couple of risky decisions being made individually rather than talking it out.
Huh? Oh, okay. I thought he just wanted to break the drone, but he breaks Ryzen's skull instead. And yeah, it's just on a killing spree. There's absolutely nothing to stop him. Envy responds with a stylish 2K and kind, but the numbers advantage still lies with XIPTO.
Now, Ja's gonna find UV here for sure. Yep, that's a free kill. That should be the end of this map, if not anything else. They do have a rolling thunder to worry about, but I'm pretty sure XIPTO are more than well capable of handling this, playing in two different sides. Yep, Hot Sauce is gonna wait outside of Garage, and the remaining two players gonna sit casually outside of C, making sure that the flank is not being taken as well. That flash sound is gonna give them the cue that he's coming in from spawn. Can upgrade to a Vandal at best. Chooses not to. Goes for the Guardian itself. No information, and he's so starved of it that he's actually feeling very suffocated right now. And there it is. The suffocation takes him out in the form of an Omen.
Not a single round conceded in the second half. XIPTO Esports dominate on attack. GE, they got 5 rounds in the first half. They were able to, accumulate some sort of momentum while they were on attack. But in defense, they were getting ripped to shreds. No matter where they fight, no matter where they choose to give up areas, they were just completely unable to make any sort of foothold in that second half. Yeah. There were so many instances where they tried to stand their ground on the site. They were completely killed over there. Sometimes they managed to give up the site, and they were like, okay, let's play together for the retake. And even then, there were plenty of gaps in their peaks, plenty of spacing, which wasn't proper. And because of that, they are not able to win a single round on defense. Clearly, a lot of work required over there.
Yeah, and I'm still, questioning that little, I'm just going to pull it back all the way from the previous fight nights. I'm still questioning. I understand the confidence that you want to perfect this map, but in a BO3, when you've got the chance to kind of, showcase your, a little bit of power on other maps, Haven still being a map that they have so much work to do. Again, like you mentioned, right? We saw a small, things here and there, peeking out of smoke, taking double peeks, going for, checking the back sides. Like this moment right here, he still managed to get 2 away over there, his opponent, which shouldn't at all be the case. Envy should have been the only casualty that comes out of that entire, fight. But overall, Global Esports, as they start to crumble down on their rounds, if they're not able to find one of their own, it seems like they just kind of fall into these, micro decision makings that actually hinder the team as they make it more individually centric, right? And that I feel is something that they can improve on a lot. And we need to see what exactly is going to be the case in the next map, because Ascent is coming up, which by the way is XIPTO's pick. And if they're going to continue on this momentous run of just being, forcefully aggressive, and by a clear distance, their double peaks and their plays are a lot better right now as compared to Global Esports.
Yeah, I do believe that one thing that Global Esports need to learn, regardless of the map. I mean, yeah, sure, I get it. Haven might not be your strongest, but regardless of the map you're playing, the double peaks, they really need to come through, because there were plenty of gaps. Even when you're peeking through smokes, there were so many opportunities in smokes that you missed. Like, I still remember that one trigger discipline round by UV where he just slipped past his opponents, almost like Houdini. He just vanished in broad daylight, or rather in the purple starlight that Astra deploys with the smokes. But even with that, he wasn't able to capitalize. So that's clearly a lapse in judgment. On top of that, UV kind of ended up baiting his teammate over there. Like, Kibo was there to support him. If they both could have fought together, it would have been a much more stable round. You don't have to rely on smoke shenanigans for that. But probably there was a lapse in communication, whether they should play from inside the smoke or behind it. Do you want to fight towards the backside first, or do you want to go through that smoke and fight default? All of those decisions, they seem to be lacking a bit.
Yeah, yeah, go on.
Plus, there was a clear breach diff right there. Like, Kibo's utility, not that impactful. On the other hand, Emmer not missing a single fault line. And it's not like he's been provided information with like a recon or something on which he uses the utility, right? No, it's just pure sound sense. He figures out which side of the default box his opponent will be standing, and he uses that to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, really well. Kibo did have his moments with his utility. I'm not gonna lie. He had a couple of stuns, like the one in that garage, where he helped UV to kind of hold on to that C side. And even on the A side, he did have his moments. But clearly, Global Esports were, it seemed like, afraid to use, a bit of their power of utility outside of where it needs to be done, right? For example, the retakes, if you were doing it, if you are going in for a gunfight, if you're sending Envy in for a gunfight, what do you need? You need the salvos, you need the stuns, but you know where the positions are where this can be cleared off a lot more easier. The salvo clears under heaven and the cubby right side right next to spawn. And on top of that, you've got the stun fault line that could go through there. Not to mention, you've also got, if you at all, Razor Vines, and also Envy's got his own smokes to isolate these dudes, right? So giving away these initial picks that they did kind of proved to be a big fault that, ended up putting them in situations that they did not want to be in. Retakes were very messy because they were fragmented. It never really seemed like a retake at any point. Even though you would call it a retake, it never seemed like one, because Global Esports always had a man down or two men down, and they were getting flanked on top of that.
Yeah, the flanks were insane. I mean, so many instances where XIPTO Esports just take control of C-Long first, just park Ya over there, and then have him come late via either literally all of C side via defender spawn, or just take a shortcut via A-Link from B.
Yeah.
So many of those instances, the XIPTO flanks were much better. And even on top of that, like, to add on to the point that you said, that yes, sure, there are certain utility pieces that you use for retakes. Like, let's say there's a fault line which almost every breach uses during a retake. It covers graffiti as well as hell. Sure, you want to use that, but what's going to happen if XIPTO Esports just play ahead of that? What if they're playing in your face at the entrance of that A side defender spawn entrance? At that point, you're going to need to use your utility much sooner to clear that angle, but you're kind of hoping to save it to clear the more standard angles, the more on angles in the site. So yeah, if you won't live to use that util at that point, then there's really no point,
Yeah, exactly. Well, that secures Haven for us. We've got another map at the bare minimum, maybe a third if Global Esports find a bit of resurgence in their stride. And what is going to be the comp here? Are we going to see a bit of an eclipse of what we see with the main roster? A Cypher Lock has worked out pretty well for a GE in VCT. Can we see something similar here? Because I have seen UV play the Deadlock before as well. He's been comfortable on it. The Cypher as well, he's been pretty good. And not to mention that UV's kind of taken his, not UV, Envy has taken his step up to kind of take charge, had really great rounds, a couple of them in between there, an ace as well to chip in that. And that one round where with the ultimate, he was able to take Garage, take a fight on C, a 4K that he got, and they finally ended up on A. So I think he's feeling confident. And Ascent is a map where, of course, you have a lot of ways to play. A lot of different comps have evolved in the last couple of months thanks to the number of new agents that have been introduced. Are they going to continue with Teho? Is my question right now. What do you think?
I do believe that the breach tier composition can be quite devastating on Ascent, but again, they need to make sure that they are not afraid of using this utility off the get-go. If you're going to save it for the side, but if you can't even take a main control, then it kind of defeats the purpose of having Theo. So XIPTO Esports, they do take Theo, but instead of a breach, they're going to go for a KO this time.
Okay, is that XIPTO or is that GE? Because we kind of we've gone around the board here.
Yeah, interchange the names over there. No problem, we'll fix that.
There we are. No, it's Global Esports that have gone for the unorthodox comp here.
Yeah. A Vele in the hands of Envy. I'm kind of excited to see that. Not exactly surprised by all the other agents. The Theo KO does make sense to some extent. Even UV on Vice has been quite good. On the other hand, XIPTO Esports are going for a rather standard composition on Ascent.
Yeah, they've gone for the 2020 almost, 2021 comp almost. I'm not completely convinced by the Teho pick here, especially because you will be slightly information drained. The drone's not that effective as you know a Sova drone is. And after taking that initial A contact, it seems like Global Esports, the aggression's kind of fallen off because they know this should be a B hit. The Thorn's not going to be effective as UV peeks out to 4 members, and Emin just needs 1 bullet to put him to bed here. Plan's going to go down, and it is going to be a retake of sorts as we've got, once again, Hot Sauce doing God's work, coming in for that late luck as GE now. Flash out to take the B side.
Good flash. They do get 2 kills. Ryzen and Lil Boy both coming up with a piece each. The Gyro Salvos forced them out of the up-close corner. The box is cleared out, and Envy, nice shot. But hold on. Ya is just refusing to give up on the site, and he's climbed up towards the first lane. Does Ryzen know where he could be? Figured him out. Can he stick it from this corner? No, he can't. He's still going to be exposed. Yeah, tries to take the timing, but he's played him like a fiddle, man. All the time gone.
Yeah.
That was a great run by XIPTO. Even though G got a bunch of good kills, XIPTO just hold on and play for the objectives.
Yeah. Hot Sauce finally came in a little late, was expected though, even though he managed to get 1 kill there. And XIPTO actually read that really well, just walking all the way in B, knowing that there should be an aggression on A. Oh, never mind. It was not Hot Sauce who got the kill. It was Ja. Oh, it was Ja. Okay, my bad. I thought Hot Sauce was the one. He gave him an assist. He didn't give him an assist. Okay, am I seeing things? What's wrong with me?
Could have been an assist. Ooh. Lot of information. And on the other hand, Envy just goes in, spots Ja, and refracts back. So now they know there's at least 3A, 1B. And since it's Ja over there on the B side, they know for a fact he's a lurker. But Ja has just managed to take over the B side by himself. And my god, that's the easiest ace that you will ever see in your life. Doesn't even break a sweat.
How do 3 people peek him and not kill him? They didn't even give him any more than 30 damage. Yeah, he was at 81 HP towards the end there.
So they all connected like 1 bullet with the classic each.
I think one of them missed. I think only 2 of them did.
Yeah.
Well, it is what it is. It was an eco round, so we're going to ignore that and move ahead. GE Academy, seemingly once again heavy on that A side. Going to let UV defend that B side all by himself. XIPTO, keen on taking mid this time. The flash gives Fixie a bit of movement space. Kibo spots him out. Knife is still available to kind of stop them on their tracks. Goes deep in garage. Detects just the 1. And Envy's playing around with his refract here. And it expires away as he's going to hold on to that short position. And
XIPTO just kind of testing the waters right now, seeing what GE are trying to take control of, what they're keen on to push and whatnot.
Yeah, and they've used that mid smoke to deny a lot of information. The drone spots almost nothing. And even then, look at the amount of ground that he's covered. Oh my god. Fixie gets up in Ryzen's face, and Ryzen could not do anything. Had his utility out at the wrong time. Even Envy can't recover whatever was going on mid. You'll be way too out in the open. Gets one on market, but instantly gets swung by Ja. Little boy. Little instance of timing over there, so Hot Sauce will be taken down. But again, a 1v3 is a little too tall of a task for him right now.
Spike planted.
Not if he keeps getting offered 1v1s like this.
Yeah, I think Ja's had enough of that. Throws in a trip that is going to force Little Boy to either TP across it or get stuck in it, breaking it. The camera, he's not seen it. He didn't even understand where the camera was. And Ja's got a perfect idea of where he's coming. The flash is brilliant. And the setup for that kill gets him his third kill of the round. One away from the neural theft as well. And once again, XIPTO showing their dominance early on. And this one little moment that I'm not sure why Ryzen was sitting with his salvo in his hand and nobody covering him from the side. Even though there were two people on B side at the moment, they weren't watching the cross.
I don't think Ryzen spotted anyone with the drone, and he called mid to be clear.
Did he though? It was broken down when it went a little further down deep pizza.
Oh my god, okay. Evo, very, very aggressive. Stun goes through onto Ja, and Shelby just speaks out of the smoke. These stingers are here to sing.
Well, G will definitely take those. The drone goes out. The peak needs to come in. Not one by one. Not one by.
Last player standing.
Oh my god,
Spike
came too
down,
close.
mid.
It's 1v1 and Hot Sauce is holding an off angle that Ryzen will finally expect. And he takes him down. That came once again too close for comfort there. GE should have won that with 3 players at the bare minimum surviving. But once the drone spotted both of them, I'm not sure why. One peeks, the other peeks, the other goes back, one comes back again. Look at this. One peeks, the other peeks. The other comes back, one goes back again. And then they're just kind of switching positions because they're reloading. No comms there about bullets being active. Reloading, there's that. Nah. Need to be better there.
Even Hot Sauce had to reload in between, but surprisingly, he stayed alive. Like, nobody killed him while he was reloading out in the open.
Here.
That's some mechanical failure from G Academy.
Why destroyed?
Can't afford to miss shots on players who don't even have their guns equipped.
My ultimate is ready.
Well, this is going to be another round where a bit of aggression shown towards B from Global Esports. But Ja comes back, finds Shelby with a knife out in hand. Usually it's a Shelby with a gun in his hand.
Yeah. Looks like the
that
Birmingham gangsters.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. They always have the gun in their hand. That's the point. Shelby should have his gun out in his hand at all times. But he's been riddled down to less than half his health. He's going to have to play a bit of a passive role here, hoping for Ryzen to do most of the work. That knife does detect the Sova on shot, so Kibo's going to have an idea about this being part of the map that they're going to run in, and there comes the ultimate to try and stop them out.
Nice Armageddon, forces everybody into the site, but wait, it's just Fixie who's been kind of isolated over here. They better get the kill on him before he does more damage. Now the rest of XIPTO Esports will come driving through that door, and UV's good for 2. Kibo in the smoke, lovely use of the underhand flash, and he resets just in time to get the kill onto Hot Sauce as well. Good backup over here, especially with the Armageddon that kind of isolated the Jet.
Yeah, from the rest of the team. I also really like the fact that Kibo, I honestly thought he's going to swing out of that smoke by himself. I think at the end moment, he realized that he has a flash available, right? And yeah, that right here, that moment, I thought he's just going to peek out of the smoke. And I was just going to get so mad, but great that he realized that he's got a flash in his hand and he can just play it out with a better fight. UV tries to break out the camera. That did not exist. I don't think he's put it down just yet. No, he did. It actually got broken. UV actually took it out. And that's going to be XIPTO taking early mid control, but they're still hanging out around B. Envy this time, aware of the fact that there could be somebody pushing up. Spotted out Ryzen with the
nice.
drone, and he's not going to be spammed across anywhere, but Shah flashes out, will get taken out. It's the Bismillah peak with 2 to his name, as Envy will trade back. Flashes, throw Envy back. He's going to reload that one bullet, but they know exactly where he is. Shah still going to get it on no HP, and somehow this round has turned on its head for Global Esports, and it's a 1v1, which should have been a 4v1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, Jar just manages to walk across towards spawn and get a kill. This is the second time XIPTO Esports are pulling off something like that. We saw the Jet do it earlier. Now it's the Cypher. But hey, at least Kibo was able to get the spike dropped over
30
here.
seconds left.
Doors closed, so there's only one way that Jar can come from. But he's already stuck into the site, and I don't know if Kibo will expect this. Yeah, now he should be able to hear it. Will he?
I don't
think he
so.
did.
Nah, he didn't. He expects it though towards the end, and he's going to be able to take him out. Again, a very scrappy round here for Global Esports. That should have been a lot more cleaner for them. 2 rounds in a row that they've had advantages in terms of numbers, which have been drilled down to 1, and extracting a 1v1 clutch out of it. It's not something that's going to run all the time, as XIPTO call in a timeout here. And it clearly seems that their coach is not happy with this. Although XIPTO have been pretty solid in terms of making sure that Global Esports economy does not build up.
Standing. One enemy remains.
But even then, Kibo, he used his position well enough to help Envy over there. Since Envy was stuck in like a one and done position, and at that range with the Outlaw, especially when you're paranoid, Kibo's positioning could have kept him alive for a lot longer. And even though Envy dies, Kibo somehow manages to recover it in the end. So all in all, a job well done. But yeah, that being said, could have been a lot cleaner. XIPTO forced to take a timeout. I think this is the first time they've taken the timeout in the entire series. Did they take a timeout out in the Haven?
No, they didn't.
They haven't, yeah.
No.
Interesting.
Well, Global Esports able to put 3 on the board is going to give them a little bit of confidence as well, even though it was all 1v1 clutches towards the end there for the last 2 rounds. They've got a good chunk of ultimates now ready for retakes, and all 3 of them are very solid to kind of let them just almost play in spawn if they want.
Yeah, that is a bit weird. I mean, they've got all the guns that they need. 3 massive ultimates available too. Neural Theft and the Hunter's Fury could be devastating. But then again, even GE have quite a lot of powerful ultimates. The Converging Paths, the Steel Garden, all of them excellent in retake situations.
Yep.
Kibo, of course, can throw out his null command if at all he sees XIPTO executing onto a site. So that null command will disrupt all. Otherwise, XIPTO are very good at making you feel suffocated on the site when they bombard you with the fault line and the paranoia and everything. I mean, this time there's no breach, so that's one less thing to worry about. But still, Emin's flashes could be perfect.
Yeah. Seems like GE have a bit of a connection issue here, as we're going to be waiting for them to just get back on the server. Envy was one who was disconnected, and I think he's gotten back here. Yes, he has. And just waiting for the rest to just ready up here.
That's probably a game crash issue.
Yeah.
Because there's no way he alone will face like an internet issue or power issue.
Yeah, no, I think everybody's back. Everybody's back. Yeah, we're good to go. Yeah, time has been resumed, and Global Esports once again playing on the same default. They've got that same 3-1-1 default that they're playing. 3 on A, constantly situated, and they're playing B as passive as possible. And for this one particularly, though, because they know that they can play B on retake very strongly.
Yeah.
And even XIPTO haven't kind of changed their approach, have they? They've been that 4-1 pretty much constantly throughout the entire game.
Yeah, UV's changed his approach, though. He's changed up his buy setup using double Razor Vine towards first lane. And even the wall has been placed slightly in an oblique fashion just to make sure that he doesn't trigger it at the first go. And you can't like jump peek across it to fake trigger it. So XIPTO can't do that. Now they will have to commit to the side if they want to do that. Drone burnt off quite early. And drones will be exchanged. Like the Theo drone and the Soa drone both just go right past each other.
Yeah, they just know that their presence is here, nothing more than that warranted. And it seems like XIPTO have had enough of exploring that B side. They're just going to leave Ja there for a very late look as everybody decides to move into that A side. Shelby, he does have a flash available. Spots out one. Smoke. No, he's going to go for the flash.
30 seconds.
It's going to hold them up for a couple of seconds as here comes the ultimate, and that is the converging path. Envy is going to hold them in place for a couple of seconds here as time is consistently being wasted. Pixie needs a big opening. Can he get one? Yes is the answer. Lil Boy's gone, but there comes the trade. Once again, it's going a little bit around the block here. But G, all they need to do is keep them off the site. The spike is going to be dropped at their doorstep, but it's still going to be a shot for him to take home. A couple of shots here for his reels as Kibo makes sure that he does not throw the round away. Again, coming down to one player, but GE finally take the lead.
Yeah, Global Esports Academy, they burnt 2 ultimates, but they still have the Steel Garden available, which in my opinion is a slightly stronger one as compared to the Null Command and the Converging Path. They knew that XIPTO were running low on time, so they slow them down even further with the Waylay ultimate. Make sure that they can't execute, and that's why Kibo popped his ult. Unfortunately, if he would have just popped it a couple of seconds ago, there would have been no peek to help Fixie get into the site. But then again, all these are easily pointed out retrospectively. You can't exactly call that out in the moment. So even then, well handled. But this time though, XIPTO are keeping their mid presence absolutely spot on, and they are going right in. The blades expended, still managed to get one with the classic, and that should not have happened. UV missing his mark even though his opponent was kind of disarmed, but now the weapons are available again. Lil Boy uses the paranoia to isolate Hot Sauce, but everybody else on XIPTO, instead of going for the plant, they all converge upon him and they fight him down.
It almost seemed like at a point that UV just wanted to give the Jet a fair fight because he triggered his Steel Garden, which is very interesting to me, and he took out his pistol instead of the Guardian there. Questionable, but GE once again just kind of scrambled across with the chaos that was caused by XIPTO here. The mid take seemed to be very definitive. As soon as the trade came in though, it was all on UV to try and hold off just the one that he needed. Unfortunately, couldn't secure the crosshair hitting his opponent's head. 4-4, XIPTO keep it alive as things level down again.
Once again, mid presence quite heavy. Lil Boy gets punished the wrong way. He tries to push up A main. Thought it was empty since he saw nobody over there, and he gave the information to his teammates that, hey guys, you guys should probably stack B. I don't see anyone on A main over here, but then he gets promptly punished. And because of that expedition that Lil Boy just went upon, he's given his team the wrong call. A side is almost vacant entirely, except for Envy present over there, who also probably won't be able to do much since the door will be shut in his face and there's a smoke in the way.
Yeah, door's going to be shut down. That's going to be the A side completely open for business. Spike's going to be taking its place as XIPTO are in full control of what's happening right now. Envy gets away, but he's being now watched. The flash is ready just in case a contact comes through on Heaven. Every angle covered. GE will need a mountain of kills to get back into this round, and it seems like they're going to try that with a triple peak. Does work out. The flash is perfect. Holds them off a couple of more seconds. Smoke down as well, and they're just going to spam them straight through it all. Perfectly done. XIPTO anticipated that at the right moment because they knew there was a triple peak there, so they're just going to stay in shot. Where else are they going to go?
Yeah, and they got Kibo at the right time. Like, he was arming himself with the flash. He was about to probably throw an underhand flash through that smoke and then peek out. But he was the first one to die on that spam, and because of that, nobody else can peek out. They overstay their welcome inside the smoke, and they basically walk into Pixie's crosshair there.
4-5, XIPTO. Still keeping it pretty... Okay, once... Oh, okay. Yeah, there's the World Tour again. Back we go, and a little bit of a back to the future kind of thing. Back to the past. Spots one. Gets a little greedy for the second there. Shouldn't have overstayed his welcome. The Jet dashes away, dodges the special delivery. Ryzen again caught out with the salvo in his hands. This is the third time across the series, by the way. Flash
Oh,
is good.
lovely flash. He threw it all the way from CT to help out Lil Boy over here.
Yeah. He's in a good spot here. Lil Boy, what happened? I think his mouse disconnected or what. I don't know what happened there. But he misses out on the shot. The crosshair aiming at the heavens above. And Hot Sauce will make sure that he feels the wrath of his weapon. 6-4. And XIPTO just kind of playing on the emotions of Global Esports now. I like the approach that Global Esports had in the beginning. Getting the one kill should have been enough. Envy shouldn't have gotten greedy for the second one there. But again, Ryzen, when he's heard the dash come through into switch, he should be aware of the fact that the Jet could push through onto stairs.
Yeah, and he really thought that he could take the Jet on because I think he knew for a fact that the Jet was alone over there. The other people were affected by the special delivery. They were stunned. So they can't really give any backup to the Jet. But while he was using the Cadet Salvo, he gets killed. That frenzy. Oh my god. That's a lot of damage with just the stingers. And Lil Boy dives through the smoke once again. The smoke shenanigans actually working out for him. Can't afford to reload it in that situation. So he has to go for the classic burst. But Fixie will handle it before it's too late. The other two members of GE Academy coming from the flank. And there's no sentinel utility to tell them about these positions. UV finds a Phantom. You know that Kibo also wanted to switch to another weapon since there were Vandals on the ground, but he can't afford to do that, otherwise he'll give away sound cues. Molly's exchanged on either side. Stinger ready for the taking once again, and at this range, he should be able to get the better of Iman, but the flash doesn't connect. He's burned most of his Stinger bullets. And Eman, just using the footwork, he knows that the Stinger is lethal at that range, so he makes him waste all the shots and then fights him when he will be at his most vulnerable.
Yeah, once again, the Stinger seem to do the work for GE here, but it seems like they somehow know how to work their weapon really well until the very end, until they need to secure the round. Although they did have 2 rounds where they did secure it really well. They had their 1v1s, you know, coming through. Now it's gone a little away from them, 7-4. And Global Esports staring at an 8-4 deficit. Unless they can do something about it. A shot, smoke off. Envy's gonna just hold on to that angle. Kibo and Omen have been spotted towards main. Envy's able to shorten that short attack for a little while, but there comes the ultimate. Takes him out. Emin plays on the chaos as well. Hot Sauce gets one. And everybody from XIPTO just chipping in one by one, opening up that A site. That's left just one Armageddon wielding Ryzen, which will be deployed to clear out most of the middle of the site. But nobody to peek on the back of it. Yuvi's far away from this. He's just trying to spam through the smoke because what they did, that ultimate kind of swept them into 2 different parts. But XIPTO just chose to go closer towards the heaven staircase and just spam through the smoke so that they don't come through at all. If anything, that ultimate actually gave XIPTO the advantage of, you know, coupling up towards that little step and just spam through the smoke just to make sure that UV does not play on the chaos of that Armageddon. And here we are on number 13 as XIPTO have the advantage of 8-4. And it seems like they're going a bit of an exploration mission towards mid. They've got 2 on short and 2 on mid, holding off that line. And it seems like Global Esports are playing a little bit of a page out of the book of XIPTO, but Envy holds his aim. The burst, double burst helps them get through here. Hot Sauce in a bit of pressure as Envy just sweeps up the round on that B side. They're gonna jump out. They miss the timing, and Hot Sauce will jump back straight to his death. A flawless pistol, exactly what was needed for Global Esports Academy here, as they're able to find themselves a very solid round on the back of Envy, just kind of dashing in to market, finding the one and then the other as well. Really well done from him there.
Yeah, they knew that the smoke was occupied. They knew that Envy had dived into it, but they did not expect that he would dance around it so well, using the classic right-click burst to get 2 instant kills, and that really weakened the defense of XIPTO Esports over there, even stalled their retake potential. So great stuff from Envy, and even the supportive utility was amazing, so that he doesn't get shot down on his way there. Look at G Academy this time. They're playing it very passively. They think that XIPTO Esports might have gone for a stack or something, which they are correct about. It's the B side that's heavily stacked. 4 people over there. Only Hot Sauce holding A by himself. So they're going to be extremely vigilant, extremely careful that they don't walk into this sort of a trap. But I'm not really a fan of the wall that has been placed down. That vice wall. People can still shoot through it towards mid without even triggering it.
Oh, well, XIPTO, they're getting a lot of pressure on the safe side. Although they have stacked in here. Here comes the cavalry, and one by one, Ja still alive. Able to get one. UV goes down as well. And it's suddenly a 1v2 that will be secured by GE. But 2 weapons dropped out of nowhere. Did not expect Ja to be sitting there baiting his whole team. But he did it for the cause of dropping GE's economy. And he did that well. 6-8 now. XIPTO 2 rounds ahead in terms of differential, but do have a buy round available now. And it seems like they might be on the aggressive foot once again. This time towards mid. Again, they did that in the pistol. Are they going to repeat something similar?
I certainly hope not. XIPTO Esports now with proper weaponry. I think they might just try to go for the very fast A execute, which will be stalled by the smoke, and XIPTO are aware about the possibility of G going for a split push on A. So they put down the smoke and they hold G at bay for the time being. G put down their own mid smoke, hoping to encroach upon a shot. And in response, XIPTO Esports have already moved their jet from mid towards a shot, expecting this to come through. Nice flash to help Hot Sauce re-clear A main, but he doesn't know that there is one player of G Academy still present over there. Oh, Fixie, quite a lot of damage. He goes in for the re-peek and will get destroyed by Envy. But now G are kind of doing a pivot. They're turning back away from A shot, and they might just look to explore mid plus B.
Yeah, while that's happening, XIPTO are clearing out Amen, and I think Lil Boy is going to get caught out here. Oh, yeah, he does deliver a headshot, but that's just a 115 damage. Back they go towards A. This time they're going to take up Heaven, it seems. The space is being given to them. And it's a 4v4 at the moment. A little bit of a weird spot for G to be in, because now they're going to have to worry about main as well. So the plant's going to go down for Heaven and underside. Door's been shut. So that actually makes them a little bit more captive to their own game. Now they're going to have to force the fight on Heaven, and they're heavily populated there at the moment. This might just end up working out in their favor. The flash is great, and they take out Ja. He's gone. UV holding on towards Garden. Envy's on side, holding the same angle, but Emin's ready for it. Kibo throws in the nade just to make sure that the defuse doesn't even get tapped. And time biting by is all the good for GE, as they've even got the salvos coming in, and this is just turning out to be a nightmare for XIPTO.
Yeah, plenty of beauty to burn down the time, and G Academy, they're tough. But wait, Eman's taking it. They dive into the smoke, hoping to stop him.
Well, a timeout's been taken here from XIPTO again, and this is a very, very interesting twist of tales here for G Academy. A really, really decisive round there for them to win the bonus. And the fact that they were able to actually push the XIPTO players into such uncomfortable positions, even though they got a couple of trades, they were able to get into the site, yes, but the utility usage to just make sure that the bomb is secured. Doesn't matter if you fight, you're not supposed to fight, just make sure that you win the round, and that is what matters. Ryzen staying alive in Garden there, holding out his salvos, was absolutely essential. Making sure that Envy is the one who takes all the fights, and even Shelby, of course, little boy, who did most of the fighting there. That was all they needed. Kibo's nade, perfectly timed, and it just made XIPTO very uncomfortable to get desperate to tap that spike. And it is going to give them a 7th round, but still a round away from XIPTO, which could be covered up right here, right now, as XIPTO are on an eco. Mid pressure once again here from XIPTO, even though they're on an eco, and Global Esports seem to be ready for it. Sitting outside of B, holding and waiting, and they are paying their dividends here. XIPTO forcefully having to concede that mid control, although we do have the Sova here having to watch Envy just kind of waltz into the side all the way up on the top, and another flawless round seemingly coming to GE's way. The control that they've managed to kind of keep has been exemplary in the second half's first couple of rounds, and confidence seems to have been soaring in their playstyle. I like the way that Global Esports are now making sure that they read well, they actually find what XIPTO are doing, and then make their moves. And this composition seems to be complementing that really well, because that KO knife has been proving to be really useful for them. Not to mention that Envy's movements have been really good as well on Wele.
And they are able to isolate these fights also quite well. Like, it's not just Envy hitting his shots with just pure mechanical brilliance. It, at this point, seems like they are able to somewhat counter what XIPTO Esports have to throw at them. And as long as XIPTO Esports keep playing reactively, G should be able to control the pace of the round. Of course, there was this one instance where XIPTO Esports did play proactively rather than reactively. They took A main control, and in response, G took heaven control. So that is a very good read. You know, the macro movement for Global Esports Academy, it clearly seems to be in the right place now. And we did not really see a lot of macro mistakes in the last map as well. It was only the micro stuff, when to peek, what the spacing is like. So on Ascent, G Academy are not making those kind of micro mistakes.
Yeah.
And the macro seems to be on point. So that results in them being on equal footing with XIPTO. But yeah, that being said, G Academy had the lead at one point, and now XIPTO have fought back. Reza just peeking across. He sees his nemesis. Evades death for the time being, but this converging paths will not affect Ja.
Yeah, but Envy, he still gets him. Ja will get the trade, and he makes it a double. Finding a triple is going to be big here, but does not expect UV up close. Emin to get the trade once again. The 3v2 still in the hands of XIPTO here. And it seems like the op is going to do magical numbers. They get the one, they get the other. And XIPTO clench back the lead into their hands. Telling Academy of Global Esports to just kind of, you know, hold on. We are still here. We are still fighting. That ultimate from Envy was really good. But again, it kind of feels like there should be a wide swing coming with the rest of the team across him as well. Unfortunately for them, Ja just decided to not go in for the wide swing himself and focused on just Envy, got the trade, found the double. And I think those two kills were the most important ones as they netted them the round.
Yeah, and the moment he got killed by someone holding Boathouse up close, immediate peek comes through from Eman. And you could see that XIPTO Esports were expecting a... oh my god, that's a massive dagger. But like I said, even in the previous round, they were expecting G to go in for a full burst on the B side. The Cypher tripwires were placed in a way that would stop Envy midair if he tries to make that market dash once again. This time he doesn't even need to go for the dash. Hot Sauce peeks him at that one and an angle and still gets away with murder. No trades coming through from G Academy, so that's a bit concerning. Ja forced to stay out in the open, and he will gladly walk out to fight these people. But Eman going in for the spray, and he's got hot sauce at the ready. Even Rizza comes through. The backup from XIPTO Esports arrives at light speed.
I'm wholeheartedly confused about what Global Esports thought they were going to do there. 5 of you got detected. Nobody decided to kind of just go back and take off a little pressure. Maybe fake that you're going towards mid or B. Because usually, what's the response when you see something like this, Clips? If you see 5 men detected in a knife, what's the usual response from the team that's got that information? They push up mid, they push up B, right? Because they know they can take that space almost instantaneously. But GE just decide to kind of waltz into that side after waiting the suppress to go off. Well,
That's just stubbornness.
Yeah. I mean, I understand you have a couple of ultimates, but okay, let's get back to this game right now on this round. We'll speak about that round later. Ja spots out one, the cage is triggered. He's playing with fire here, and he's still surviving so well. Global Esports crumbling in rounds that they've had, seem to have at least decent control so far, because XIPTO decided to kind of change up their pace once again.
Yeah, but G Academy at this point are just going head first, full throttle, no control over mid, no control over a shot, no defaulting or moving around the map to gather information. They just hit one side with brute force and hope that XIPTO crack under the pressure.
Yeah, what they were doing in the first couple of rounds has completely changed in the terms of approach, and I think the coach is going to probably tell him exactly just that you need to be careful about what exactly you're trying to poke into XIPTO's defense here. Are you trying to play on the information basis that you did earlier? Why was the approach changed all of a sudden for the last 2 rounds? Still seems to be a question mark that I think Rubies will try to kind of solve that question. But for the moment, Global Esports have to kind of slow down their game once again. Let XIPTO do the talking in the first couple of seconds, because they've been doing that and not been that successful. And maybe then start playing on the back of a bit of information.
Rubis now actively taking that timeout. Much needed, to be honest, because G Academy were kind of just banging their heads into that wall without even wearing helmets, and the brute force approach was not working, so they clearly need something else. They got a lovely 4-round cluster at the start of this half, but ever since then, XIPTO Esports have managed to string together 3 rounds in a row, and because of that, G economy has been fully reset. They're now at max loss bonus, and honestly, that's not a nice place to be in.
Yeah, that
It's
is
another
big
brute force
ultimate.
approach. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, they almost encroached into the site, man. They almost had it. But
Yeah.
now they will be completely stalled, because once again, they can't go in without the utility.
Right here.
And just to make sure that G Academy stay towards a shot and don't go elsewhere, they're going to use the drone to make sure that they stay positioned.
Oh, no.
Nice Hunter's Fury. Doesn't even have attack. He still goes in for the lasers, and it actually connects
No!
onto one. Envy tries to punish him, but no, the mechanical failure leaves him at 11 HP.
There's another big ultimate, and here's Hot Sauce playing for the flash, but he will not be able to take out Lil Boy here. It's another 1v1. Eman's gonna have to force this fight because he's got a flank coming his way. Does not win it. Lil Boy stands his ground and keeping GE alive. On the other end, Fixie pushes up high mid, takes one trade back, making sure that XIPTO's got the number advantage in their hands. Kibo, no flashes, has to wait out. His teammate's gone, and so has he. Match point here, and GE once again, 1 KO ultimate and a Cypher ultimate, crumble them down. And Envy should have been able to find that kill, man. Even if not, it almost seemed like they were a little too afraid, even though they were in numbers, to take that ace. I understand that the utility was gone off. Reaggressing would have been an option, but I'm just wondering what they could have done differently in that round, because there were so many isolated fights there. And even though Lil Boy won 2 of them on his own, the rest of them just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, Lil Boy stepping up when it's necessary, but unfortunately that alone will not be enough. Everybody on G Academy needs to come alive right now. Otherwise, it's going to be a clean 2-0 win for XIPTO Esports. The recon on B doesn't see anyone, so XIPTO know that that area is clear at the very least. They're expecting a mid push because of that smoke, but instead it's going to be a short one. Henry gets stuck in the tripwire, points it out to his teammates, and then immediately refracts back. Got ready to intercept them on Heaven, but lovely peek out from Keep with the movement, breaking his ankles. Hot Sauce won't be able to handle the heat alone over there, so he just escapes using the Omen ultimate, relinquishing the site to Global Esports Academy.
Yeah, change of pace really helps them this time because they may go for a split push rather than just going for an all-out attack on one cavalry. And they spotted a Hot Sauce as well towards main, so they know exactly where at least one player is. And the second one should be expected towards short. A great shot here from Fixie. Deletes UV. Gonna break this. Checks one corner. Checks the other. Does not find the kill. Although Hot Sauce comes in, the trade is gonna be there from the hands of Ryzen. As 9-12, Global Esports still alive in this thing. Not out just yet.
Great stuff for Global Esports Academy. Even though XIPTO kind of knew exactly what was going to happen, G Academy just forced them to stay on site and hold their ground. Of course, then Hot Sauce did go away, teleported back to safety. But the decision to peak at the right time from Global Esports Academy and the communication between those peaks was quite good. And because of those micro decisions, they are able to get the win. Oh my god, he overstays his welcome over there, getting stunned with the special delivery. Then the guided salvo burning him down and finally getting shot. They've dealt with the op, recovered it as well. And he's still trying to find the bulldog that was dropped over. Are they going to use the op or are they just going to dump it somewhere outside the map?
I think they're going to keep it. They do still have it on them. And they are hoping that maybe UV can also open up in a different avenue here. He is pretty deep in and I don't think they can expect him here. UV peeks out. Does not connect his second shot, but Emin is down at 10 HP, so this is a very doable round unless Ja has something to say about it. Once again, the same ultimate coming through. Envy refracts back. Ja takes a chunk of damage, down to 7 HP, but his teammates are here to support him. Back they go towards the A side as Shelby's got his ultimate, and he's going to take Heaven control. He has the op, they've heard him here. Does not connect the shot. Lil Boy not known for his opping skills, but he will make sure that at least a simple shot like that is connected. And Envy secures the final one. A great pivot there from Global Esports to make sure that as soon as Lil Boy has that Heaven side, they rotate back and they find number 10 for themselves.
Yeah, out-rotating XIPTO Esports. And XIPTO have been rotating quite quickly. I mean, in all these rounds where G Academy were going head first with brute force executes, XIPTO Esports arrived in time to reinforce the numbers. And G Academy, they were able to outrun that, outpace XIPTO Esports in the trade. So that's good. That being said, the Cypher setup from XIPTO, from Ja, it is quite deadly. And NB has been caught in it quite a lot of times before. So the moment he dives in and he figures out that there's a bunch of players over here, they just backtrack towards A. And that decision in the moment is very hard to take. Don't know if Lil Boy called it or keyboard it. Oh my god, that was dangerous. I have no idea how Eman is still alive over there. He should have died. Huh? Ja going all the way in towards B-Link? Excuse me. Okay, they're aware about this one, but how are they going to punish him?
Well, they're going to kind of try and sandwich him, and they find it as well. Ryzen did well to make sure Ja does not get away with any sort of sneaky business, and straight to B their head. The flash can... Oh, this is actually a fake, never mind. But they aren't biting the bullet just yet. Reza gets one, gets taken out as well. Hot Sauce and Fixie get one each. They're still keeping it alive. And somehow Global Esports have just absolutely fallen down in a round where they had complete and utter advantage in. Right now, they will get access to the A side.
Yeah, they had complete control as well, but then so many solo fights on B, which weren't even that fruitful because they did not really manage to sell the fake. XIPTO Esports are inbound and they should probably be able to jump into the side before the spike even gets planted. You've got UV holding up Heaven. hoping that he will be able to delay them just a little bit more, but the Armageddon forces them out of cover. Nice shot by Pixie. Uses the Steel Garden. I don't think Hot Sauce will be able to dodge that, but he can avoid the fight. He's got plenty of time to let his gun come back online. And he's just one shot. That information has now been conveyed to UV, so you can see him trying to switch over with the shorty. The pre-fire from Hot Sauce doesn't connect. UV gets that round.
No charges.
And now we are an inch away from overtime.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if XIPTO's economy is going to be supporting them from denying that as well. Although they were on a bit of a semi-buy, so they should be able to get some. But again, another honestly, great round from GE in the beginning. Kind of stepped away from it when they went for their individual peaks towards both B and A. It almost seemed like they were confused at a second, but then started to converge towards that A side. And finally, UV was required to make a 1v1 clutch. And now, with the AWP in his hands, he's in a bit of an open spot here. He's been spotted though. He gets a shot on, saved with the cage from his teammate, and he's able to get away by putting Kibo down on 30 HP, who is not going to have too much trouble because now he's got the null command. So he basically has a second life to play with.
But that second life will only make sense if at all they're able to resurrect him. Yeah, sure, the KO updates let you revive your fallen metal robot in just I think 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, one.
But still, Paranoia was amazing. Eman somehow holding on, and even the backup arrives from the jet. It's all up to UV now. He's gonna trap. Was burning in the razor vine, survives at 6 HP. So XIPTO Esports still have the numbers advantage, but HP advantage not so much. They find out where two players are, but oh no, UV missed his mark. Looks away at the wrong second. The comic timing is just a bit too unfortunate here. Uses himself as bait, figures out that Kibo is under heaven. The shock dart also evaded, but the pre-fire from Jar will put him 6 feet under. And XIPTO deny the overtime, take the win. They take the first series 2-0.
Came way closer than you would have expected, especially with Kibo on 30 HP, right? Him managing to find 2 there was really commendable. He dodged the, the shock dart as well, as you said, but the fact that he was just not able to connect that last headshot will be pricking him. But there was an effort nonetheless that could definitely be commended. They've done really well to come back from 13-8 to 13-11, for 12-8 to 13-11. And honestly, GE seemed like they improved a lot compared to that first game. The double peaks were better. The trades were better. Where is the tradition? The trades were better. And overall, the understanding of where to send in who was very well communicated, at least in that first part of the second half, right? Where they managed to put in 4 in a row, brought it to 8-8. And after that, yeah, there was a couple of rounds where they kind of lost their head. Seemed like they were running around with, a little bit of, I would say, overconfidence. But even that was brought down and believed by the coach's timeout. Arubi's kind of got them to, settle down and stitch together a couple of rounds, just not enough to get over the line to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. There was a point in time when Global Esports Academy let XIPTO get to map point simply because they were very, very stubborn and going headfirst into these brute force executes. Honestly, did not really work out for them because the only thing that XIPTO Esports needed to get rid of those executes were just call in your people in time, call in the cavalry, and with all the members of XIPTO Esports available on site and Geo having already expended their utility, they were completely ready to take up these fights and unaffected by G util. So yeah, with that, XIPTO were able to string together 3 rounds in a row and get to map point. After that, of course, I love the comeback from Global Esports Academy. Almost pushed the game into overtime. The macro decisions were amazing. They were able to recognize when XIPTO had beaten them to the punch and gotten onto the side before the retake would even begin. So in those kind of situations, they would absolutely not hesitate giving up their ground and going back to the other side of the map, going for the other side. And I'm thinking this probably wasn't even an intended fake from the get-go. This is probably like an in-the-moment decision they took.
Yeah.
And they were able to make those decisions connect some 3-4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I had a lot of good moments here from GE, especially in these couple of rounds. Envy started us off with that 3K in the pistol, and then this, of course, the buy round, the bonus that they won, right? Really solid from them as well. It looked like Global Esports were on track to kind of make a solid comeback happen and take us to split. Unfortunately, XIPTO just a little bit stronger. Just a little bit stronger. And that throws him over the line, and they are one step closer to the grand final.
Indeed. One step closer to that grand final. Now, XIPTO Esports have defeated G Academy. Their opponent next will be Talon Academy. So let's see if XIPTO are able to keep up the pace and the pressure. Honestly, there were several moments from Lil Boy where his rotation was able to let his teammates also get up. There was a point when he picked up that AWP, and I did not know that Lil Boy was a very proficient AWPer, but he was able to connect a shot even though he missed another one. So all in all, a job well done. Unfortunately, this falls short just a tiny bit. The clutch from Yui was also phenomenal. I really thought that they had him over there, man. They had him dead to rights. Kibo once again stuck in a similar clutch situation under Heaven, but this time the pressure is just a little too much to handle, and he buckles under that said pressure.
Yeah, even if you look at the scoreboard, right, everybody actually kind of pulled their weight. UV, I feel like he had a couple moments where he was caught out along with Ryzen, but even then they had their, pitches in to getting this all the way to where it is. Every single player on the server today performed. That was very clear. You can see it by the numbers as well. There's no real difference between the top and the bottom in terms of how, far wide you usually see it, except for, of course, Riza, who is on 26 and clearly by far the MVP. But Envy secured 7 first bloods in that game, which is also very, very good considering that we are seeing him play the Waylay probably for the first time.
I do believe I haven't seen G Academy use Waylay before. So Envy on the Waylay, yeah, kind of promising, not gonna lie. Although not enough to help him push over the line. There were several moments where the refract kind of saved his life because he was stuck in Ja's tripfire, and Ja was basically trying to bully Envy with those tripfires. All of those were anti-dive tripfires. Most of them were some on the ground level where you wouldn't really check for it. Plus, he always had the one-way cages as well. So yeah, it's been a while since I've seen a Cypher play on the back of those one-way cages, play for the anti-dive, and hey, it worked. Towards the end, G did recognize that Ja is using that kind of a setup, so they made him dive in, refract back, and even though they were able to somehow bait out that utility from Ja, they weren't able to push his team down all the way.
True, yeah. Well, now that this best of 3 has concluded, we've got another team coming up, ladies and gentlemen. XIPTO will now be facing Talon Esports Academy, and we will be back with that second game, of course, which will be followed by GEA against Talon Academy as well. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after this short break. Go grab some snacks, have your lunch. We'll be right back.
One enemy remaining.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. On go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them, I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them, I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Yeah. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, big dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell them, most of y'all is flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10, yeah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them, I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them, I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pot. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you Thinking I'm blind, cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes, I'm mixing. I know I've been missing, I needed some personal time. Full of pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it.
One down. Last player.
Ay, coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell him, Cialis flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, won't line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. My don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pot. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes, I'm mixing. I know I've been missing, I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it. I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell it, most of y'all is flawless. Broken wrists as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who lying for nothing? I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to GE Fight Night, where we've got teams from across the SEA trying to take on our Global Esports Academy to give them a better sense of competition and get them ready for what is going to come in their competition ahead. For now, we've just concluded one best of three. XIPTO Esports have taken out Global Esports in a very close map of ascent towards the second map, a 13-11 to finish things off. But overall, the series seemed to be in control of XIPTO itself, as they did take a 2-0 back. And now they'll be facing off against Talon Academy coming in through, who are going to be trying to get their first win here as well. Crips, what do you think about Talon Academy? Tell me a little bit about them.
So, from what we have heard during this little 10-minute break that we just took, we were aware about what the Talon Academy lineup was. And I say was because apparently Talon Academy are now trying to cook up something new.
Yeah.
So, the players that you are about to see now in the server, the names you see, those are not their real names. They will be names that you will probably not even recognize. And that is because we have received word that Talon Academy are doing a bit of a rebuild.
Yeah.
And they don't want to fully reveal what their new lineup is, at least not until they are ready for their proper announcement. But I really appreciate the fact that Talon Academy, even though everything isn't prepared on their end, even though that They haven't really announced their new players. They still want them to play these events as a form of practice, and that is really good because let's be honest, sometimes the content time the content timing is a bit different. The announcements do take time, but that should not affect the players at all. Now the Talent Academy are facing XIPTO Esports. We still don't know who these real players are, but they're still going to go ahead and take this game in good faith and practice to the best of their abilities. And that, I believe, is very, very commendable.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're here looking forward to what exactly they're going to be bringing on the table. I'm excited to see what the veto is going to be between these two teams because Ascent, of course, was picked by XIPTO in the previous one, and Split was the decider. Haven was, of course, picked by GE Academy. I'm not sure if Talon are going to go through the same way. Historically, as an org itself, looking at the main roster, Talon love playing their obscure maps. They love playing their obscure compositions, but that might also depend on the fact that they've got a coach who loves playing that style. Talon Academy, on the other hand, how they're going to fare out, let's see, or what is going to be on their cards, as we should be heading into the veto in just about a couple of seconds now. And as I said, yep, we've got it. The veto is going to be coming up. And it seems like we're going to Lotus, Sunset, and if needed, Haven at the end, which I'm going to say we don't need.
Yeah, I think Universes had just about enough of Haven. Never gonna let that leave you down because I genuinely enjoy casting Haven a lot. But then again, what I enjoy even more is Sunset. God, I miss this beautiful map. And yes, for those of you wondering, we are using the new updated map pool, the one that has Pearl and Sunset. There's no fracture in this map pool. So Lotus and Sunset will be the two maps that we will definitely be seeing. And if required, we will even jump onto Haven. We have witnessed XIPTO Esports play Haven against G Academy, and while the first half was pretty decent, they were absolutely dominant in the second half. They were flawless on attack. XIPTO did not concede a single round on attack side of Haven.
Yeah.
So that is honestly a bit scary. But on Lotus, XIPTO Esports, they will be starting on attack again. So, whenever they're on an attack-sided half of a 3-sided map, I do believe that they become a tad bit dangerous. So Talon Academy have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they most certainly do. Well, Lotus is going to be picked by XIPTO, so they feel confident on this instead of going for Haven. And of course, Sunset is going to be Talon Academy's pick. And here we are. We've got quite the interesting names here. We've got Snappy, Lewin, Cole Palmer is here for some reason. Seems like he's taken a hiatus from his football career to come and maybe start winning for a change because Chelsea isn't anyway.
Oh, damn. I'm glad that you're here with me to recognize all these football references because I am not into that sport. So, yeah, Cole Palmer probably has some decent kicks. Let's hope he lands a couple of headshots as well.
But yeah,
no,
not recently. He's been off form a little.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying that because it's a football state. I'm not even a football guy.
Yeah. No, I get it. It's okay. All good. Well, we do have a Yoru as a single initiator. Sorry, I was going to say initiator. Single duelist on the side of Talon Academy, which is a very interesting dimension for me because I'm not sure I see Yoru as a single duelist at most times because you will need somebody to follow up. So maybe the Omen's going to be doing that secondary pseudo duelist role, which should be very, closely done because yes, Yoru does not have any movements per se. But the teleports are, of course, very useful. The gate crash does give you quite a bit of space coverage in terms of pinching a certain portion of the map. Whereas on the other end, it's all about speed, it seems. We've got the Neon out from Fixie here. And he is looking to be that one difference maker on towards XIPTO. Aggression being shown by the defense. And it seems like XIPTO not too keen on trying to challenge that just yet. And as I said, out he goes. Around peak just before he gets blinded. Manages to take out Teletubbies. And that's a sentence I never thought I would say.
Teletubbies resorting to violence while the giant baby-shaped sun shines brightly in the sky. Yeah, unfortunately, the Teletubbies was a very traumatic show for me, and I'm glad that it's been shut down now.
Wow.
Thank you, TV networks.
Never heard.
Oh, but snappy.
Never heard Teletubbies being a traumatic experience for anyone. Okay, we'll talk about
Bro,
that
you
later.
watch it as a... Yeah, we'll talk about it later. I can't explain why. I don't think we'll relate to it anyway. But Levin just about gets away, even though he was stunned by the relay bolt. The rest of members of Talon Academy, they're trying to make some headfall through waterfall, and they are gonna get destroyed in the process. Levin gets a nice pick, but that's about it. That's all she wrote for him.
Spike planted.
And now Cole Palmer, designated kicker, comes back in from the back lines, and he's been spotted. They're not gonna fight him right away. Hot Sauce will probably take first contact, and then everybody else will peek on the back of his contact. Oh no, they actually swing triple. So no more waiting for contact. They just swing that guy.
Yeah, when the confidence is soaring high, you don't really want to wait for him to come to you. You want to just kind of take him out of the equation as soon as possible. Pistol round, pretty well done from XIPTO here, taking A control early on, then rotating, pivoting all the way back towards C. And that stun once again from the Neon. Really well done to make sure that Levin just kind of has to hop back into spawn and he's got nothing more to do. It was very well placed to make sure that the site was cleared off. If at all not, he would get the kill anyway. Here we go. A aggression once again. You've got Cole Palmer taking the orb, and he's done that in the previous round as well. So he's farming his orbs right now. Out he goes. A little bit of a movement error there. But it's going to be Rizza. Make sure that he gets the trade. Surf. The drone's not going to see him. He's going to manage to actually escape it. But they know that the door's open towards the B-Link side, so they are aware of the fact.
Toxins going up.
Talon Academy, they're not really trying to contest the A side. I'm guessing they probably want to just give up their lives to the spike. Deny any ult ops to XIPTO Esports.
Spike planted.
Ah, that's a cool smoke, which under normal circumstances lets you cross into the side by blocking out all the heaven players, but XIPTO is just going to play ahead of it. They try to use these smokes as a bait so that XIPTO don't go out hunting and Talon can just give up their lives to the spike without getting killed by the guns. But they go out nonetheless, and that's a free pick offered to Surf.
Yeah, Snappy's definitely going to get taken out here, and Ja's going to make sure that's just one bullet that's needed. 2-0. Great anti-eco round here for XIPTO as they lose just the one player, and Talon Esports Academy now will have a full buy. But okay, it's not too bad for XIPTO as well, right? Look at that. They've got three rifles, 4 if you count Guardian as one as well, and a Stinger. This is actually a very strong buy from them.
Plenty of guns to boot. Talon Academy, but trying to contest A rubble, which will be vacant by XIPTO. They use their jump peaks, they try to bait out a few shots from Talon Academy, but all they've done so far is bait out the Viper utility. So they're gonna respect this Viper wall, swing open the doors to see, perhaps put some more pressure on that side of the map as well. And again, no fights committed just yet from XIPTO Esports. They're just looking for the first contact, but they get the first contact. XIPTO, lovely shot by Emin. That's a spike on the ground.
Well, Ja does get a bit of information towards the A side as well. That's drawn in the breach towards that side. So, still trying to hold on, does have the salvos back in his hand, but the B side has been conceded. Teletubbies gets one back. Cole Palmer as well adds on to the tally here. One by one, they're losing members. And it's just the one, even though they had a significantly strong buy, Talon Esports Academy just stands strong here and makes short work of that B side, especially given the fact that this peek was not really needed by the breach there towards the main side. He peeked out alone and lost that fight, and that instantly completely deleted XIPTO of any of that strong utility, map clearance utility that they could have used.
And yeah, the breach utility would have been amazing on the B side, but they were denied all of it. Oh my god, that stun and the guided salvo, that would have been a death sentence if it wasn't for Lubin teleporting away. Anybody else in that situation would have been mincemeat.
Cover going out.
And yeah, now that Leuven has seen this and gotten away, he's going to warn his teammates to not play close to the choke points. Otherwise, they also will be subject to this kind of guided salvo fault line traps.
Drone is down.
Re-smoke, as he's just going to hold that line to make sure nobody pushes through here. Cole Palmer takes the first contact towards A. The flash is going to force him to move all the way back to his spawn. And XIPTO will slowly but surely gain some control. Oh, that's a missed aftershock. And that's going to warrant salvo to make sure that's cleared up. So that's 2 pieces of utility gone in pretty early on to clear off. But it looks like Talon Esports are not actually biting the bullet here. They're holding outside of C. Look at the flash is ready as well. Leuven's ready for this.
I'm out of here. 30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
they had Rampi just stay over there and the others just went towards A hoping to sell the fake. But now that the full commitment is inbound, Leuven will fall. The stun just a little too much for him to deal with. Once again, Talon Esports are disrespecting the waterfall smoke and getting into the site, and Snappy lives up to his name. Those were some crisp, snappy shots. Wall bangs to boot as he dodges the Armageddon, but he's just going to hold on to this crouched up angle. It's not even an angle, it's like right in the open. Few more seconds and the spike plant has been denied. All he has to do is just stay alive now. Well played from Talon Academy, understanding the win condition really well. And XIPTO Esports tried to get a little too greedy. They took C-mount control, that death trap which Leuven avoided. Got XIPTO Esports the early control of C, so they parked up Neon over there.
Yeah.
Then they tried exploring A again, which honestly did not work. And as they entered the C side again, they got the opening picks. They should have been able to plant the spike. But my god, Snappy denies them everything.
Yeah, Snappy just stood his ground, able to they take out multiple targets at the same time. And now this outlaw, which I think has been spotted, a flash is going to try and force us off the angle. But one goes down before anything could happen. Very interesting wide jump peak there. And the Yoru's been forced out. Counter flashes on both sides. Aftershock about to come out as well. But XIPTO managed to carve out a bit of map control here. Not really abiding by too much of the Neon's utility, which can be used now and will be, as he just goes past and gets 2 out of nowhere. You've got Fixie just sliding in and finding 2, and that's the spike effect as well.
How did they recover this one now? They cannot trapped over here. Oh, the timing from Teletubbies. It would have been instant death. The fault line will catch them, and there's a paranoia on top of that just for good measure. Leaving absolutely nothing to chance. The moment XIPTO Esports step into the side, Talon Esports are ready with the fangs, ready with the claws.
Yeah, that was a very wide jump from Ja there. A little too wide for anybody's liking. But of course, Cole Palmer would like it because he got a free shot on it. Bunch of ultimates are ready across the side of Talon Esports Academy, and they're also 1 away from the Viper Spit as well. So they're in a pretty healthy condition here to kind of secure the next 2 rounds if at all. And okay, we just have another look. Okay, back we are. I love these little phases of, just a flash of the past and back to the present we come.
Yeah, playing with time over here. Harampi playing with his food. Gets into the site. And they thought that they just triggered the button of the tree without really sending somebody over there. But XIPTO Esports, they don't fake like that. Drone figures out where the Viper of XIPTO Esports is. So the remaining 3 players should be in sight. And they're going to be wary of this one lurker towards rubble. Nice ultimate. This should be able to spot everybody, and now Talon Academy must have all the information that they need. But before they can even make any action happen with this Yoru ultimate, the Neon activates the overdrive, runs right through them, and somehow XIPTO Esports, with pure aggression, have managed to hold on to this site. That dimensional drift was absolutely everything. It gave them all the information that they needed. And they knew that if Talon get this information, they can use all the util to shut us down. So why don't we take the fight to them before they can even set up their util?
Yeah, that was a really great understanding of the fact that, you know what, if they're going to try and get all the information, why don't we just cause complete chaos? So the minute he saw more than 3 players, he was understood that now they're going to start, you know, converging in, and that's exactly when the overdrive went through. There's nothing you could do. Small farmer. A lot of damage taken here, but he's still going to stay alive in that little cubby corner, and that's actually given them information that this A side take was a complete fake. Lewin has to stay alive for as long as he possibly can. Dodges everything except for the stun, and dodges everything except for the bullets. He is an absolute maniac right now.
Yeah, he just full sent it in, man. W all the way. And he's ready with the judge. They're afraid of peeking him at that range. Yeah, the aftershock promptly pushes him back. But let's be honest, he didn't fall back because of the aftershock or anything. He just wanted to reposition himself towards Bend. And they're aware about the possibility of a late lurk coming through. So they're going to go ahead to re-clear that. Cole Palmer did not expect to get peeked from that angle. Gets completely shut down. Snappy, devoid of the Viper spit. Before the gas can even spread, he's gonna get a bullet in the head. Oh my god, that aftershock does so much damage. Just sprays through and finishes the job.
I'm still confused as to why Snappy thought he could lay down the Viper Spit there at that point. They were on a disadvantage. I understand, yeah, maybe you just want to go for the defuse, but there's so much happening around you that I feel like he could have saved it for a better round. It seemed like a move of desperation almost, but hey, maybe it was a call of the team. They had lost multiple players already. Is what it is. We'll find out only if we can get to speak to them. For the moment, seems like XIPTO are speaking the game of winning, as once again towards the C side they take the attention, and the flank is completely fueled by Talon Academy's 4 players towards B. And Jaz, the only connection between these two. Now they know he's here, so they're going to try and take him out. But Jaz going to keep himself alive just for the 1 kill. Vandal retrieved at best, but that is it. Now, what can you do with this rifle?
Spike planted.
Let's see. Love to see the answer to that, but so far, Talon Academy, they're all coming in from the back lines. I think XIPTO are prepared for this one. They've taken way too aggressive positions in towards C halls, so they got the front lines covered at the very least. They haven't seen any action over there, so it's kind of obvious that they're all coming in from back lines. It's not like Talon are keeping their positions a secret. Flashes, fault lines, whatever they can use to delay them can keep them away from the spike. And even the spike has been planted for the heaven area. Eman getting a freebie. Nice recovery from Levin, but honestly that's all she wrote for him. And yeah, Talon Academy were never destined to win this round.
Yeah.
At least they forced XIPTO to stay in the spike detonation radius and drop 2 of their weapons.
4 in total.
4 in total. So overall a decent round from Talon Academy.
Yeah, it's still 3 and 5, and I'm not really still happy looking at their condition, because the amount of ultimates on the opposite side are too far overwhelming. You've got, of course, your carpet bomb combo, as you call it, Crips. We've got the Teho and the Breach ready to throw hands down on any side given. And if that's not enough, you have a Viper Spit that can cover up the entire site as well. And it seems like B is where they want to drive this entire cavalry to. Snappy, poor Snappy. If he's able to even get 1 here, I'd say it's a win for him. Nah, he's not going to get anything. That stun is even more brilliant. But still, Surf managing to somehow stay alive with 10 HP. And he gets a second and he gets a win. That's impossible.
2 HP with the snake bite. Oh, no way he gets yet another one. Yeah, finally Jar stops his killing spree. But look at Levin. He's got himself in a nice defensive position. He can actually kill Jar. Aware about the possibility. Surviving at 5 HP. Now throw down that smoke. Emin's just going to completely ignore that smoke and walk right through. He knows exactly where his nemesis could be. Still being very patient. Doing his due diligence. Not going to leave anything to chance, but he is planting for heaven. Will he actually play from up there?
Nah, aware.
Doesn't even need to.
Aware of the fact that Lewin's gonna come in from, because it's the only place he could come in except for the doors, right? And he just made the anticipatory thought that, yeah, you know what, probably doors is not gonna be his most obvious choice, but Surf, the fact that he got away with 2 there at 10 HP, the way he did was absolutely crazy. Again, it came down to a 1v1, by the way, so economy on both sides not too pretty, except it should be a little better compared to Talon Academy for XIPTO, because they have won again 2 rounds in a row, and it seems like Teletubbies wants to have a little talk with his friends. Just make sure they're not getting burnt by the sun here.
The baby son.
The baby son. You know, now I think now's a good time for you to tell me what the hell was that traumatic thing.
Okay, so this is gonna sound so silly. Why am I saying it on the Valorant broadcast? The Teletubbies were trapped in a simulation.
Yeah.
And they were being fed slop.
Okay.
I do believe that eventually they will be harvested like pigs were. And this is a wild conspiracy theory. If you want even more drama, the baby who was the son, look up what he looks like now. He's all grown up. And just Google the baby from Teletubbies.
Okay, what does he look like?
No, don't do it now. Okay, universe. Maybe someone in chat can just show us later. I don't know. I don't know if this is a relatable thing or if I'm like the only one who's traumatized by Teletubbies, the actual show for children. It is not for children. Oh my god.
Okay.
As an adult, when I watch that show, it is just messed up, man.
I mean, I get the idea of what you just tried to tell me. The fact that it could be a cage for these people that are getting fed to get slaughtered like pigs, but it seems like Lewin could be one as well. He is pretty much alone on the C side, and even B main has been taken control of by the attacking side. They know that the judge is still in his hands. They for sure know that. And Lewin needs to keep his hands on his gun and shoot heads. There's nothing else that's going to work here. No support. Finally, he does have one come his way. And Lewin! Well,
Wow.
I said he needs to shoot some bullets, and he does, and it connects perfectly. Here goes the ultimates. Here comes a lot more util following that as well. The teleport is actually in the most perfect spot there is. Harampeek's gone. They know he's in this corner. One more taken out. And somehow, in a world that I did not expect, XIPTO have fallen completely to the ground in a round where they used 2 big ultimates.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. They're stuck in the Teletubbies world, man. Anything can happen over here. I do believe that the second Rolling Thunder from Talon Academy was kinda
10
unnecessary.
seconds left.
They had the round in the bag already. They probably could have saved it for the next round, but hey, why even leave anything to chance? XIPTO will be survived by just Hot Sauce as he carries the Vandal forward. But yeah, like 2 big ultimates invested by XIPTO in this round. They use the Rolling Thunder and the Armageddon. They use the Guided Salvo and the fault line around the bend area as well. Basically making sure that anybody who's standing on site will be completely rendered useless, will be unable to fight. And yet, Levin dodges all that util, teleports in their face into that left-hand side corner. And just to provide him some backup, the remaining members of Talon Academy come in. You had Snappy throw down the molly on the floor, which means XIPTO Esports now can't walk into the site even after they've used the Rolling Thunder. So they lose all the advantage. Yeah. So amazing backup from Talon Academy.
Yeah.
I do believe they didn't even need to use the other ultimate, but hey, it's fine. This time they use the Armageddon, forcing everybody from XIPTO Esports out in the open ahead of Rubble. And they're all just so vulnerable with the Viper's toxic screen. They don't even have any flashes to play with so that they can peek through it. And Talon Academy just turn this Rubble area into a graveyard.
That Armageddon so useful to make sure that everybody either gets pushed up or they die. There's no chance of going back. Ja delivers a headshot, forces a bit of a backward step from Surf, who will still be ready with an off angle at 10 HP, ready to take out his opponent. 1 for 1, and that is all she wrote. 5-6, it is going to be Talon Academy to put up 2 rounds in a row, feel a lot more confident, and also have the dimensional drift available this time, because it is almost the perfect counter for that Viper spit. And it seems like JCL is going to call out exactly how to use that Viper spit, where they can go. I just want to take a step back to the previous round, though, right? They used two big ultimates, correct? But I feel like XIPTO took too much time to enter that C side. They had beam in control. They had mostly information on C as well that nobody's really trying to retaliate there except for just one smoke. If they had not allowed the Viper to come in close by giving away almost 20-30 seconds, I think they would have very easily won that round if they had just tried to overpower Leuven off the bat.
Yeah, but Leuven is not going to give up that easily. Plus, Talon Academy, by virtue of using their own Viper's wall on a rubble, they can drop it and pick it up whenever they want. So they can create like a safe avenue for their players to fall back by putting the Viper wall up again and then dropping it whenever they please. And that would surprise XIPTO. So that's another layer that Talon are adding to their micro game so that all the peaks go in their favor. Last round of the half. And XIPTO Esports have used that tactical timeout. They don't have much money, so there's a few cheap weaponry in this one as well. A Spectre, a Stinger, and a Judge in the mix. But yeah, that being said, Hot Sauce can still use his from the shadows, just get into the backlines, which currently are quite unoccupied. It will take Talon Academy some time to get back in, and they're all looking to fight heavily on B. They use the Yoru flash, jump out, and Hot Sauce is dead. Even Theo is kind of stuck over here. But they fall back. Talon Academy don't push any further.
Yeah.
They know they've got the advantage. The ball's in the court of XIPTO, and they will gladly let them play their shot.
Well, Riza is on 10 HP, so he needs to be a little careful. Whilst we've got Pixie walking into a side with a Judge completely out in the open. Not sure why he didn't go for the orb pickup there. He was one off of his ultimate. The overdrive could have given them such a big advantage. The orb pickup should have been the objective of this round for them, to allow him to get into the side with the overdrive and then to kind of follow back on through with that.
Down B.
But the split up to go to B was a bit questionable, for me at least. Ja throws up his orb, keeps himself in
30
a
seconds left.
interesting position. Does not expect Leuven to be in that backside corner. 6-6, and that's a great recovery from Talon to make sure that nothing's separated between the two teams as they go in the second half.
Yeah, 6-6. Talon Academy take matters into their own hands. They've only played proactively towards A double so far, but this is like the first time they decided to pick up a fight on B, and they use the Yoru flash to initiate that battle. Got some very important kills. Hot Sauce dead. I do believe that they wanted to leave Hot Sauce over there as a lurker, and that's why he was on the door side of the B side, and then everybody else would fall back, so he would come in late or something along those lines. But the moment Talon Academy took that first contact, took that first fight, and then fell back, XIPTO Esports looked kind of clueless. I mean, they were trying to pick up a couple of kills, and very clearly that the plan was that if we get a kill, we go here and plant, but they were never offered any of those favorable duels. And then they were just left for dead. Lot of aggression from XIPTO towards Hot Sauce. Wrong time to recover a weapon. And he pays the price with his life. Ismail Peak also present, but he's gonna get swung wide by all these people. One is all she wrote for him. And within a matter of seconds, Talon Academy weather the storm.
Yeah, for the speed at which XIPTO decided to take that C long side, just as quickly they were shut down. Because what could you even do at that point, right? The Neon was just running guns, not guns blazing actually, just blazing in general as a Neon does. Just he got shot straight out with just 2 bullets. And then the trade comes in. Hot Sauce, I don't know why he decided you know what, I'm just going to swap the weapon here. And he gets taken out as well. Third one, well, a trade came in, but unfortunately too many members to handle. And I love the fact that Talon just decided to pivot back and hold off on that aggression and just fight them where they pushed from, rather than trying to take A as a forceful measure, which was, of course, XIPTO's intention to make them do.
Once again, Talon Academy are just going to play passively. They're expecting a similar push-up from XIPTO again. It's a high-low setup on attacking spawn. You can see that the breach on Talon Academy is holding out a fault line. prepared to stun up anyone who walks out of B, and he's even in a position to stun up anyone who comes out of C, for that matter. The push from XIPTO does come through, and Talon Academy are like, come face us. But that ship has sailed. Jado, he's gonna be in hot water. Ship completely throwing him overboard. And now it's just smooth sailing into the A side. Although XIPTO are trying to race them in here. Will they get there in time before Talon can go for the plant? Emin's gonna trap, tanks one take off the aftershock, but the classic lets him net one kill. Oh my god! He gets a triple! Way more than he should have been able to get over there.
What the hell just happened?
Sheesh.
What in the world? He came down to 15 HP, dropped down, got the Yoru, and then he had two members of his team right there. And luckily for him, somehow the opponents are in the smoke.
And they are stunned by the neon relay bolt.
Yeah.
That's how he was able to get the other two as well. Otherwise, he should have been instantly traded.
Well, 8-6, they still secure the round here. Talon Academy. They are now looking for that C site to be exploited once again. Bit of resistance being shown here early on. A couple of bullets being fired as a warning stroke from XIPTO. But the guided salvo was just going to push them back. Both the smokers available on this site, which is an interesting tactic to usually have. You would have the Omen on the other side of the map just to make sure that that A side is well covered. The smoke's going to hold on C.
Yeah, but like the Viper can just toggle the wall up and down to keep Talon at bay. So that way they're gonna use these smokes to burn as much time as possible, and you can even see the Talon Academy recognizing that the Omen and the Viper both using their smokes over here to delay us. We need to explore elsewhere, so they fake open the door between B and C. They have the drone going out towards A, which will instantly be destroyed. So no information available to Talon Academy. All they know that is that they've reached somewhere over here because they just saw the pot line. So they're gonna take their gamble and go in towards the C side. But the trap paranoia is amazing.
30 seconds left. One
Sheesh.
enemy remaining.
That's a devastating setup from XIPTO. The moment the first contact is made, the moment the guy playing from backside makes contact, the paranoia is ripped through, hitting everybody. And Talon Academy are destroyed in seconds.
Yeah, there's nothing much Soft can do here as well. Maybe get the one. A second. Close but no cigar. 8-7 XIPTO make amazing use of those smokes. Just to make sure that no matter what happens, they have no sight line into this C bomb site. They're gonna have to either flash out, peek out, something. That's exactly what they did. But the off angles to dodge those flashes were even better. And like you said, the paranoia to make sure that the fights are isolated for the first person entering in. Really well done there. How long can they keep that going?
Ooh, big rubble fight. Flash Garrett Salvos to help them get control early on. The attacking Viper wall kind of denies them information about if anyone has crossed over towards the tree area. But yeah, so far so good. XIPTO Esports. They're gonna use a... Never mind, bro. He just gets a freebie. I was about to say that there's a fault line ready. As soon as the Neon sees someone, the fault line's gonna rip and should be able to capitalize on the top of that. But no, the fault line is late. Snappy gets the kill onto Neon. And now Emin has to hold on to Rubble by himself. He looks away at the wrong time, and that's the second for Snappy. 2 kills by the Viper alone. And now the map has been cracked wide open. Talon, they can take their pick. They can go wherever they want. And XIPTO are all playing on different parts of the map, so there's no trade potential between them.
Oh, Jazz heard the teleporter. Gekas has come through the flash. It actually blinds his own teammate. And Jazz managed to find 2 of them. Makes it simpler for his teammates to actually execute this, but there is a Viper Spit now to kind of maneuver through. As easy as it was, it's now become just twice as hard. Lewin playing at the edge of this. Needs to be careful. Usually are the spammable angles that they've got, these close-up ones. Paranoia clears out the close one. Lewin will most likely get spammed here. I'm pretty sure Hot Sauce expects this, but he's waiting for his teammate to kind of make a move. Rather gives him the sound, and there is going to be nothing more to be done. Snappy is ready for it. Once again, standing true to his name, 9-7, as Talon Academy continue on their meticulous round building one by one. And this one, mostly thanks to Snappy.
Yeah, Snappy was able to get all of those frags, but then unfortunately the team flash, yeah, that was bad. That could have been a massive blunder as Ja got that double kill. Somehow, in the dying embers of the round, Talon Academy do recover it, so all is not lost.
Not just yet. Whoa, whoa, okay, here we go. Yeah. Seaside once again seems to be something that XIPTO like to keep taking control of in terms of holding it down. This time a little more aggressive than usual. They sit on side for the most part. This time they've gone aggressive and taken care of Mount as well. While that's being held by the Viper from the other side, Surf's just gonna clear out the B side for most of the part. Emin, just a classic in his hand, so not much resistance here available for him. The fault line could be useful. Doesn't do much. One's already crawled in through though. He's gonna escape into the B link side if possible as well. Teletubbies just keeping the B side active, making sure nobody tries any funny business. Here he goes! Oh my god. The one Scott, he seconds it as well. The trade comes through and somehow it's come down to a 1v1 as Lewin keeps things alive. Goes into the smoke with the TP in his hands. The shrouded step. Unfathomable. The amount of time that it took to just see 7 to 8 bodies fall was just about 3 seconds, maybe 4. But XIPTO come out on top of that. All thanks to Fixie here. And of course the final clutch in from Riza. That's going to be 9-8. A bunch of ultimates available on the side of the defense. On the attack as well, not too far away. Both the initiators are just one orb away from getting up their Armageddons and Rolling Thunders. Well, another little bit of a world view we go for. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're going everywhere, it seems. Under the map, over the map. Okay. Alright. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're back. Look, I don't know what I'm watching, my friend.
Bro, brother, what in Need for Speed are we watching?
I don't know. Oh my god. And we've gone to the replay of the previous round now for some reason. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. No, okay, we just...
Yeah, I totally don't feel nauseous.
Absolutely. The round's over, by the way.
Interesting. Very interesting set of actions we just saw over here. Honestly, I did not feel as nauseous as I thought I would. But, hey. That's probably because I've played a bunch of aviation games, so I'm kind of used to that.
Oh yeah, you do. I just remember.
Crisscross Viper walls this time and guided salvos to boot. Cole Palmer, he's out of there. Doesn't want any piece of that action. Flashed as well. Now the big ultimates are starting to start to come online for Talon Academy. But XIPTO Esports, they are still keen on taking that rebel control. They're sending the drone as well, suppressing Surf. Not really keen on fighting because Bismillah Peak is about to go alone. He still gets the shot onto Cole Palmer. And on the other end, you got a lovely op shot. So XIPTO Esports get a pick on either side of the map.
This is going to be a close one now. As there is a bit of difference, but the ultimates could make the difference here for Talon Academy. There's a one spot. They know that one's on A. They've seen the Teho as well. The stun's gonna go in, and he definitely is in a difficult spot here. He throws in the Armageddon just to make sure they get away, but the cover-up comes in. There's gonna be one and another. Ja and Fixie coming at the right time.
30 seconds left.
Okay, that was slightly unnecessary. They have the control of the spike. They can immediately fall back. Now they know where Surf is. They're going to throw in an aftershock just to make sure he doesn't cross properly. But they both peek on each other's contact, and that's a job well done. XIPTO Esports handled the heat. But considering how many early kills they had, I don't think they should have come down to a 2v1 in the first place.
Yeah. It really shouldn't have. And here we have another timeout from the side of Talon Academy. They're not going to be too happy with how that round's gone, but they have, look at the ultimates that they've stacked up now. You've got the Dimensional Drift, you've got the Rolling Thunder, you've got the Armageddon as well. And you managed to also take out the Armageddon from the other side. But they also...
Which is a big win, by the way.
Yeah, but they also have the Rolling Thunder themselves. So Seaside will be a difficult place to kind of go in, because the Breach ultimate on the Seaside is very powerful because of the dimension of the entire site. I think right now, Talon's best bet is to probably go towards A, as they have a lot more widespread spaces to play for their post plant. And as long as they can do that, they should be okay.
Either way, XIPTO Esports have that Rolling Thunder for retake, so this should be good. And I don't think XIPTO would want to play from the site itself, knowing that Talon Academy have all these massive ultimates, the Dimensional Rift and Rolling Thunder and Armageddon, which is very, they're all very useful to clear out an entire site. So what I believe XIPTO Esports will do is they try to stop Talon before they even get anywhere close to the site. Fight them towards A main, fight them towards C main, and basically try to stop them in their tracks, take away the space required to launch those ultimates. That's a very risky door pop. Drone detects them on the other side, and Ja's opping from here. So yeah, they at least figure out where the op is. An opping Viper, not something you see very often, but a special delivery is countered with the fault line hoping to strap anybody over here. Nobody from Talon Academy present in that region. Nobody stunned, and yeah, they all managed to keep their lives intact, their HP intact. But in the process of avoiding all this util from XIPTO Esports, they've given away a lot of map control. And there's only 1 minute left on the clock.
Indeed is. Trickling down the time here as Talon Academy running out of spaces to go, and they are heading towards C. I did mention this is the one place that the Breach ultimate is extremely useful on defense. Here come the guided salvos, the stuns, and there's a Dimensional Drift clearing out most of the space as well. They spotted out the op. Cole Palmer. The stun comes to help him out, but he gets away. And there's a counter to Rolling Thunder. Both the Rolling Thunders utilized their Armageddon as well. This is what Tarek used to talk about in his streams, and how Demon 1 was standing, staring into utility coming in his face. Everything being thrown in, but still the plant comes through, and Talon Academy are in position to win this as long as they keep their duels in their hands.
Lovely shot on the snappy. Here you go, diving through the smoke, and within a matter of seconds, Talon Academy get all the kills required. Great execution on the back of that Dimensional Drift. I really thought that perhaps the Yoru would get out of the Dimensional Drift and stand his ground over there, because the fault line was lovely. It did catch both the players, so there was a chance he could have taken out both the players over there.
Yeah.
Cole Palmer had the opportunity to get a double kill, but he gets away. It is also fine. At that point, he's going to be playing with his team. XIPTO Esports tried to deny the plant by using the Aftershock, the Paranoia, fault line, everything towards the bend area, and the utility did positively affect them. All the players of Talon Academy were affected by the utility, but they just couldn't get the frags on them.
Yeah. Good, decent damage. A touch of that guided salvo does hit the Yeoman there, as XIPTO will have to hold on to that C side a little bit more passively now. Smokes have come through, and they've got a bit of A control as well. Snappy just trying to throw in as much confusion as he can. Eamon. Needs to be careful. Seeing if anybody tries to jump peek that. Oh, jump peeks it himself. Does spot out one. The drone's going to come through. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be instantaneously broken as well.
Yeah, XIPTO have been breaking this drone the moment Talon release it. And this time they're going to break their skulls as well. Snappy taking care of the guided salvo. Should be able to blow Haram Peak down. And Surf gets them both actually. Great recovery. Even Cole Palmer gets one of his own.
Oh, they're going back straight towards each other!
Enemy remaining.
Double flash with the
30
Yoru and the
seconds
breach. Ja stands his ground. And they're all just running away from him. They don't want to fight him. Take no risk. Run to the A site, plant over there. Grab an orb on the way. Because why not?
Toxin screen down.
1v3 required off of him to get the 11th. He knows that the Theo is quite low. Had taken quite a lot of damage from his fallen Neon. And they're all playing off-site.
One's already
Cole
going
Palmer
for
is
the
going
hunt.
all the way. Yeah. Expecting him to go for the save already, but nope. Ja is actually gonna go on an expedition before he taps the spike.
I just want to stick it if that guided salvo doesn't come his way. But yeah, he just bait it out. And he's gonna just get away. Forces them to think a little bit as they get away, and so does he. Ja just making sure no stragglers behind him, even from the B side. Nothing of that sort. Have to save the weapon, and that little moment where they both teams ran towards each other was so comical. Because, okay, they thought, okay, we've cleared out A, guys. They're going to probably rotate. We should go C. And these guys are like, oh, they're going A. We should probably flank them and go A. Perfect timing. Both catch each other out, but only one comes out on top of that exchange. As Talon Academy now force a XIPTO timeout. And both teams have used both of their timeouts as we head into the ultimate end of this first map. This is still the first map, by the way.
Yeah, it feels like it's been quite a while since these teams have been fighting each other, right? It's a very long, drawn-out series. Both of these teams going toe-to-toe. At one point, you had XIPTO win 3 rounds in a row, and then Talon won 2 rounds in a row. So now they're both somewhat tied, and oh god, even the economic situation looks pretty bleak on both the ends. Like, XIPTO Esports do have enough money to purchase in this round, but that will leave them kind of broke for the next one. At the same time, Talon Academy, okay, wait, they're not that bad. You know, they have money right now, but they probably won't have money after 2 rounds, so they need to keep winning this. Otherwise, they will be back down to what, like the 3rd point map max loss bonus? It's not even max; it's just 3-pointer loss bonus, and
yeah.
At that point, you won't have enough money to afford. Like, you can see the Snappy is probably the only one who has more than 3,000 credits. So, yeah, looking a little bleak. And this would be like the worst time to have an economic meltdown.
Another slow C control take from... They love pushing their extremities. Once they've taken that A control aggressively, they slowly try and take that C side as well. Mound has been taken off. And now the retaliation comes through. The stun is great, but Cole Palmer and Snappy both find 1 each. That's really good compensation for them. As it's left Bismillah alone here. He's probably going to say that word a couple of times before he sees anybody come his way, because he needs the power to at least take off 2, maybe 3 if he can.
Time to jump.
Poison orb emitting.
Oh, I'm Talon Esports still, taking it slowly. I mean, they don't know where the other 3 players are.
I think Levin was heard dropping down from his little nest. That might force or give the incentive for the Viper to start moving up. This A side's been taken care, and I said he needs to. He gets to make that a 3rd. Oh my god!
No way! No way! The first 2 frags, absolutely phenomenal. But the 3rd one, he got it on back at the special delivery. So that's understandable. How did he get the 4th? The ace awarded to him! Oh, Bismillah, that is beautiful.
Well, he said it and he got it. It is absolutely amazing.
One enemy remaining.
I told he needs at least 2, maybe 3 if he can, but well, all
He got
5.
all 5.
All 5 is not something I expected. And no more timeouts available either, so Talon Academy gonna have to kind of battle this out with what they've got on their hands. Once again, A taken care of. The judge now up front and close personal. Might ask for a smoke deep here, would really help them. But the smoke from the opponents help them itself. Aftershock keeps them out of the angle. Forces the teleport away as well. That's a piece of utility that's been wasted. And now Surf, does he expect the judge up close? Fate comes in through from the breach. And here goes the stun. He's gonna try and fight it out. Gets the one and should absolutely get away from here.
Yeah, uses the fast lane to help him fall back as well. That was a lovely bait and switch. You had the breach jump peeking over that elevation. Kinda draws the attention away from the up close judge, and now the Armageddon forces Snappy to run outside. Cole Palmer uses the teleport. Gate Crash is on the other side, but he will be intercepted.
I feel like he should have used that the minute Snappy went out to peek, not after the Armageddon was put out. So then he would have been able to pinch the players in between. A little too late for my liking. Surf though is a little late himself, and XIPTO take up match point, but it doesn't seem like this game is any far away from a overtime.
Yeah, but I have to admit, the micro decisions from XIPTO Esports were amazing. The breach drawing aggro, just forcing everybody to look towards him, draws the attention away from the judge. And even over here, the paranoia on Jar's contact helps them net the other last few kills. So XIPTO Esports handling the A double and the C mount aggression really beautifully. But now, Talon Academy, they've got the Dimensional Drift online again. And the Omen Ultimate. I believe both of these can be used to scale up the side very easily. And if they get the Viper Spit down on the spike, this should be overtime.
No, this off is going to be very painful. Unless Snappy can actually find the timing on it. Patience rewards him and he crouch peeks him into oblivion. That's XIPTO dropping down by 1. They still have so many ultimates to use here at Talon Academy, and they don't even need them, it seems. Ja, in a almost practically one-and-done position, needs to get out of here. He's going to be allowed to do so as well, as all of the attacking members run towards A, but the timing of that Dimensional Drift and getting shot out was absolutely crazy. Both initiators find one each. The Armageddon comes through. One of them is stuck in this corner. He's gonna be put down to stun as well. The cover-up's gonna come in. Eman keeps his teammate alive. Ja comes in as well. How the hell have XIPTO pulled this off? Talon Academy, with 4 big ultimates, have conceded map 1.
What? Bro, Eman should have been dead to rights over there. How on earth did they come in time to save Eman? And because he keeps himself alive, he's bought enough time for his teammates to rotate on towards the B side, and they are ready to fight again. XIPTO had no business winning that.
Yeah, nowhere near. They should have been completely headed into overtime right now. 4 ultimates. I'm not sure why they decided, yeah, we're going to go and try and take B at that point when nobody really had prodded into B. Expecting a push there would have been good, but that Dimensional Drift, that very tiny millisecond difference between the bullet hitting him and him putting on that mask made all the difference. Because the minute that Yoru went down, it seemed like it was game over.
It was all game over. Yeah, it was definitely game over. If he would have stayed alive, he would have been able to warn his teammates about the impending danger outside of B. That there's many players available over here. Avoid this area like the plague. Go elsewhere. That information would have been a game changer, man. But jeez, I don't know, man. It just seems like they just got a bit unlucky.
Well, a lot of it might have been dependent on luck. A lot of it might just be what they played like. We're going to find out in the next map now what difference is going to be made by XIPTO, as they have taken this game pretty convincingly towards the end.
And at one point, both these teams were going toe-to-toe. Like, it was quite equal, until the last few rounds. And then after that, XIPTO just really started to show why their trap plays are just super, super deadly.
Yeah.
And love the proactivity over here. You saw that in this particular highlight clip, like Talon had used the dimensional drift, and XIPTO Esports were kind of trapped over there.
Yeah.
All the information went away, so they decided to just ramp up the aggression and take the matters in their own hands, other than wait for Talon to make a move. So that proactivity was lovely.
Yeah, it was. They've shown that multiple times as well. Every time they were able to hand their neon a judge, it was very, very, speedy of them to get it to the side. They made sure that they gave him enough cover. Times like these where you felt like Talon Academy were doing a good job to get back into the game. They had a good set of rounds in the beginning as well, in the first few rounds of the second half. But XIPTO caught up again and again and again. Every time they went up by one, XIPTO caught back up with them as well. And then it was just kind of them trading blows with who would make a little bit of an extra mistake in the round. And yeah, that was the game. And towards the end, 2 rounds needed, 2 rounds secured. They just had to find 2 in a row. And Talon just could not manage to do that, even though they had 4 ultimates.
Oh yeah, there was this one round where almost all the ultimates were expended at the same time. That was so chaotic, man.
2 Rolling Thunders,
all the ultimates that
1 Viper Spit, and I believe an Omen ult was also used, I'm not sure. But yeah.
There was a Dimensional Drift as well at that time. And yeah, the Dimensional Drift could have net them a lot more value if he stayed over there after his teammate Breach used the stun properly. Probably could have gotten a couple of more kills, but no, he decided to fall back and join his teammates as the retake began. XIPTO did not really have an advantage to begin with, but then still ended the round in a lovely manner. And then this ace. I think this ace is the one that broke the camel's back. There's no way he should have been able to get more than 2 over there.
Yeah, and they went ahead and got 3 rounds on the back of that particular one. The third one, of course, being the one that secured them this victory. And now we head towards... What was the second map?
Sunset.
Sunset, right, Sunset. Which, of course, was picked by Talon Academy. So, well, we're going to see what they've cooked up in this very recent upbringing of Sunset. Is the meta changed? Is Theo going to be another? I mean, I'm pretty sure Theo is going to be a very potent initiator even there until he gets nerfed, of course.
Yeah. Theo is going to be excellent on Sunset, man. There's so many 50-50 angles that can be destroyed by the guy that's
I think the Armageddon
all of those
is extremely powerful, especially on that B main side. On retakes, I don't think there's anything you can do unless you have site control. If you're playing post plan for main, when Theo has an ultimate, well,
you're done for.
No, you're not done for. You're dumb for, because you shouldn't be doing that.
True. Yeah, true. Like, Theo can be extremely potent, and there's so many like these 50-50s on like the A main entrance. One can play from elbow, the other one can play from a default. All of those 50-50s can be taken care of with the guy at Salvo close at the B main entrance. Those also can be taken care of. So I think the Theo Breach composition is going to be very, very potent on Sunset.
Absolutely.
I think teams should continue using them. In fact, I wouldn't even mind, and I don't even mind if I sound silly when I say this, but the triple initiator composition with Theo Breach and the Fade would be a complete game changer.
You know what? I don't hate that, because if you're able to kind of take control of every single nook and cranny every single time, you've got such strong ultimates. And not to mention, if you kind of speed it up and you have even a neon in there, or if you want to throw, if you don't want a duelist, you want to throw in a controller and a sentinel in there, I would say if you got triple initiator, there's no point of having a sentinel, because you're not going to play the passive route. You're going to be very aggressive, and even on the defensive side, you're going to constantly prod one site and take control and force them to go to the other, where eventually one of your teammates or 2 of your teammates will be waiting for them. So I don't hate it. You know what? Maybe this could be something that people come up with, the triple initiator. But unfortunately, even if it happens now, I don't think it's going to happen in the next tournament, which is, of course, Masters Toronto, because by then Theo is going to be, well, nerfed significantly.
Yeah. The double guided salvo no longer exists. They will just give him individual charges. the individual charges are fine, but the fact that it doesn't recharge back, that is going to be a massive game changer. Because right now, all the teams who are using Theo, they kind of pick up their fights when the guided salvo is available. So, you
Yeah.
know, they use it at the start of the round, they wait 30-40 seconds, and then they use the second wave of the guided salvo to initiate the battle again. So, yeah, you can't really play around those timings, and they will have to just really pick and choose when they actually want to fight it. But ladies and gentlemen, Sunset is about to begin. We should be jumping into the agent select any second now. I don't know if the teams will actually pick up the breach their composition, or they will stick to the standard Sova, Fade, KO, or all those kind of info-based initiators.
I think if you have Theo available, you're not going to look any other direction because this agent, it can overtake the entire site completely. The guided salvo radius itself is pretty humongous for this map because the amount of space it can cover and the amount of corners it can clear is very, very strong. And not to mention that you have your drone on the back of it and a special delivery, which, well, to each his own, but the guided salvo is going to do a lot of work on this map. Let's find out where. Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be the
agent select. Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I thought so too. But hey, good to know that Talon Academy are starting on defense. XIPTO will be on attack this time. And I don't know how much Sunset these guys have played in the recent past. I mean, it wasn't in the map pool up until now. In fact, it's still not in the map pool in VCT Pacific. We will see this map pool with Sunset active in Masters Toronto. We still have a couple of weeks for that. But here you have it in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. No Theo, no breach on either side. Ah, man, come on.
I wanted to see chaos, but no, well. We're going to see just, you know, disciplined, good Valorant. Yeah, okay.
Never seen you be so dejected with disciplined, good Valorant. I thought that's what you yearned for. But I get it. I get it. Sometimes you just want to innovate. You want to see these teams innovate as well.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Let's see how many tries it's going to take Snappy. All right, one more. Yep, bend, crouch, line it up. One, two,
he was
three.
looking at the wrong.
There we go.
He was using the wrong line to. He wasn't close enough to the wall. So
Got it. Well,
it's okay, man. Even I don't know all the lineups, so it's fine.
Well, you knew that one. I didn't know that one. And yeah, okay. We are heading into a multiple. Yeah, just a little look through Sunset, guys, just to show you how the map looks after nothing's been changed after it going down for 2 months.
There.
Yeah, I really thought they would change something about it.
I mean, at this point, are you really surprised? No map that goes under is getting changed anymore, is it?
Kind of sad. They changed the shaders, man. The sunset looks a little more sunsetty now.
I mean,
more shadows, less brightness.
What did you expect a map called Sunset to look like?
Slightly brighter, man.
Fair enough. Alright, Snappy is gonna spot one, takes out one, and that's gonna be it. He was maybe not. It should have waited for the second peak, but it was destroyed the camera by then. Jaz already made his way into the back side. That's gonna give them the plant as well, as XIPTO have 3v3 on their hands, and it's actually pretty doable for them, even though they've got one player pretty much on half HP.
Ooh. Get revealed. Then forced to fall back. Lovely shot by Hot Sauce. Almost a double. But Surf handles the rest. No, Eman was tagged, but nobody checked for him. And now it's all up to Surf. He knows where Ja is. And Ja just has to hide, bide his time. Surf is climbing up. He's rushing him into space. And now it's a big, it's a big game of Ring Around the Roses.
Swings him wide, takes him out, and that's going to be XIPTO with the first round. With a little bit of fun being poked there by Ja, as
just a bit of tomfoolery.
Yeah. The mid exchange I was a little concerned about, but the trade did come in through, even though the triple peak was there. They were able to find one back. And it seems like now they're going to try and stack that ace site, Talon Academy. Expecting a push to be there, but no, it's actually gonna head in towards B after a little bit of a fake from the Sova towards A, I believe.
I'm out of here.
Nice dagger. But still, a very passive start from XIPTO. They expect Talon Academy to come rushing in somewhere, and they're right. He sees a bunch of people, falls back. It's like, nope. I have my first kill. Don't want any more than that. Oh, wait, they're going to use a smoke to shut him out, and they continue aggressing. Little do they know that the rest of XIPTO Esports are also converging upon this position, so it's a firing squad waiting them on the other side. Nice shot, Cole Palmer.
Yeah, that's what Chelsea fans would say.
Hey man, at least here he's hitting his shots.
I love it.
I don't know. See, bro, I don't even know if Cole Palmer is a good footballer. I'm
He's
going off of
actually,
whatever you tell me.
He's actually very good. He's actually pretty good. Just been a little off form recently.
Acha. Okay, I'm just gonna believe you straight up. I'm just gonna take it at face value. I'm gonna trust you with your football knowledge.
Thank you.
Yeah, at least over here he's hitting his shots with the classic. But that being said, Bismillah P gets a quadra, and that should bring him a step closer to the Hunter's Fury. Nice recon. I need to learn that as well. I don't play a lot of Sova, so there's a bunch of lineups I don't know, especially not on Sunset. But this one seems quite nice. Clears out all the closer angles. All the one and dones will be accounted for with this one. Ja gets a nice one onto mid. And since Ja is the lurk, they won't even expect the rest of the team to be there. Oh my god, that was a bit labored, but he gets the second kill as well. Great job by Ja.
Cole Palmer, little far deep into enemy lines here. He might just find Ja, and he will. But it's still XIPTO in the lead in terms of numbers of men. They're gonna get that B site practically for free. The Raze is gonna enter in, find space. There's a gap in the smoke! There's a gap in the smoke! And that's enough for Snappy to snap onto two heads. He makes it a 2v3 in a second. And now XIPTO in trouble, but Emin trying to bail them out of it. He's stuck on side though. The stun's good. Cole Palmer's blinded, but he's still gonna take him out. And now it's a 1v1. Hot sauce in the smoke, looking to white swing this. He's calling out the bait. He doesn't want to go for the swing, and he's far too late to even try it now. And Snappy will take him out either way.
No fakes here, man. Everybody is as real as it gets. And at this point, I'm starting to feel bad for Ja because he did such a phenomenal job getting those 2 early kills. And then Snappy just completely dismantles the setup, exploits the gap in the smoke. Yes, Cole Palmer also assisted a bit, but that diffuse stick, I don't know how XIPTO Esports didn't call that bluff.
That goes there.
Well, here we go again. Camera fake towards A. That knife is going to detect no one, so they're going to be a little happy about taking that A control pretty easily. This should give the idea. Okay, it is B. Very bright and clear on the day. Surf. Peek on his way. They've spotted him out. He needs to get away from here. Too much around him. Still alive. Still ready for one. Still getting one. And Cole Palmer helps him out as well.
Down. My ult is ready.
Oh, lovely. He just stands his ground. Lays everybody to waste. Oh my goodness. Speak about being stoic. This guy is the prime example of that.
Well, 2 great first kills from the side of Talon Academy. And then XIPTO come out of nowhere. Get 3 back. Bismillah, of course, peaks just like the word names it. Lay win. Wants a 1v3 clutch to himself. The blind is gonna not do anything as he was detected, so they know exactly where he is. Jump spot. Smoke's gonna clear him out from one angle. Bismillah. Looking for another peek. Not gonna get it. Time's gone by. Smoke in his hands. And death delivered onto him.
I love how XIPTO just take over these games, take over these rounds where Talon Academy had all the win conditions activated. Then again, Bismillah peek, challenging the backside.
One enemy remaining.
And a great attempt by Levin, not gonna lie, but it just wasn't enough, man. At this point, XIPTO Esports look like they're on a whole new level of firepower. Winning a round immediately after conceding the buy round to Talon Academy, that's gonna break their economy. Down to just sheriffs. And perhaps a stinger somewhere. Yeah, there's no body armor on you, so Haram Peak just lands the body shot with the outlook, gets that early frag. More one ways to keep up the pressure. But I don't think XIPTO Esports have any intention of going towards A entirely. They're gonna work mid as much as possible, use the cyber cages since the smokes have run out. After taking mid control and after breaking the market door, they're gonna re-peek towards A main. They don't know that Snappy's still here. Oh, the check for him at the last second.
I don't know why he pulled out the camera at that second.
Here we go.
Oh my god, the overdrive. What? Bro, no way he hits that shot. I would have run out of mousepad space trying to track Cole Palmer.
Oh my god, I think I screamed so loud, I think my neighbor probably got frightened. But I don't think I've ever seen a peak that wide be destroyed by a sniper.
And he was zoomed in, man. Like, shit, that's a wrist breaker.
Yeah. Well, this,
I am not lying.
He hit that shot, but two straight up bullets he couldn't connect to Lewin for some reason.
Somehow you thrive at harder difficulty shots than the simple ones.
Ah.
That's just the duality of Valorant.
Oh wow, nice faded transition to give us a bit of an aerial view for half a second. And back we go, Levin once again having to kind of give up his life to the spike as 4-1 XIPTO. Confidence is of no short supply here.
I want to... Man, I wish I saw that replay. I wanted to see it from his POV. This one, understandable. It's a pretty normal shot to hit. This one as well.
Oh, we just entirely skipped that one.
We just entirely skipped that one, the cool one. Okay. I am not gonna lie, I would have literally run out of mousepad space if someone peeked me like that.
What is your sense?
800 DPI, 0.25.
Oh, that's actually... That's on pretty low.
Yeah, that's pretty low. But even if I had higher sensei, like... If I'm scoped in like that towards Boba, and if a neon just slides across me, that's at least a 40-45 degree turn.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I just completely remembered an absolute random thing from the previous map. Did we see the Viper use the ult even once, apart from the one time that it got destroyed instantly?
I don't remember. Levin tries to escape this time. Shadow step not fast enough to outrun the rocket. And XIPTO Esports have two massive kills right off the bat.
I know exactly.
I don't think anyone even can stop this plant now because they're all coming in through elbow. Yeah, sure, the dagger will detect Job, but I don't think he cares enough. He's still gonna peek. And he's gonna peek off of Haram Peek's contact.
Yeah.
XIPTO Esports keeping it clean, and now that they have been able to keep their players alive as well, they don't need to reinvest in a lot of weapons, and now their economy will start to snowball out of control.
Well, 5-1. It is going to be very, very challenging for them to get back into this. But they do have a bunch of ultimates to kind of try it out. Wait. Nah, yeah, there we go. Back down we go. And back up. It's the AA. Yeah. There. No, yeah, there we go. Good job. All right. Now I was saying, they do have a couple of ultimates to actually play this out really well. I feel like the Omen could be utilized to make a pinch play towards one of these sites. Maybe kind of try and take control of that B main, you know. I would say that if they're able to kind of smoke off the lower half of the mid towards the A side, which is elbow. Wait, I forgot what part of that map. What part of the map is that called? tiles.
The
Tiles.
one, yeah.
Yeah. If they're able to kind of isolate that tiles and send the Omen a little deep in towards the spawn with the ultimate and completely kind of push B main, I feel like that would give them the confidence to kind of take a lot of map control. But it seems like they're spread out. Okay, it is an eco, of course, but they could try this the next round. But I think the focus right now is going to be to maybe find Teletubbies at ultimate, which he will eventually get going into the next round, as long as he dies or gets a kill.
Ooh. They use absolutely nothing, bro. XIPTO are just going in for contact peaks. They smoke off the market entrance. Drone burn, but it only spots the Sova, nobody else. Coldpalmer is not aware that the race with the Outlaw is waiting for him. Now, as soon as the market smoke gets expired, they use a cyber cage over there just to deny as much information as possible. But now they're just going to keep Haram Peak over here, stationed towards the mid pillar, and the rest of them is just going to fall back. Drone 2J also destroyed. But wait, the fight is forced? Yeah. Bismillah Peak has been superb so far, but challenging them one way was not his smartest decision.
Yeah, I think he felt a little too confident to try and get that through. And he's going to have to lose his life there. Peak needs to be careful. Too much around him. He still finds the first shot. The second one's not detected. Surf gets one, but Ja's here for the trade. Once again, Ja standing his ground. The flash is good, but Emmon's better. The timing of that cover-up from him was absolutely spot on. And now it's a 1v2. Once again, Lewin in a clutch scenario.
One enemy remaining.
Gets the first.
Oh
and
my
that
god.
Is Emmon jiggled out of this round. Flash up close, clears the corners, has a Vandal to pick up on the right. But he's going to play it safe. Ja's got a good angle, so he can cover off anywhere Lewin tries to come from. Smoke up close, and he's going to play around it himself. And Lewin's going to give him that opportunity to do so. Now he jumps down. How he goes. Oh my god!
Huh? No way. No way. I really thought that... Yeah, he has more than enough time. That's not the problem. But what I really thought was going to happen is that Lewin put down that smoke just so that he could cross over to the other side and then, you know, just walk in, maybe clear out the angles one by one. But he goes around the other side instead. And he gives away a sound cue while dropping. I thought that was it. I thought he wouldn't expect his opponent to be inside the smoke because there's a very good chance he could have easily played from market, from B main, wherever.
Yeah. I would have liked for him, Ja, to just kind of play outside the smoke, wait for his patience to kind of run out and then get him as soon as the smoke fades away. But he chose to sit in the smoke and unfortunately gets a flick Guardian smacked to his face.
Oh, nice paranoia. Both the Omens have used up their blinds. The Hunter's Fury is gonna kill Lewin. They just saw where Lewin's paranoia came from, and based on just passive information, they're gonna use the Hunter's Fury, get the kill onto him. Now, luckily, Talon, they respond in kind, and they have killed XIPTO's duelist. Again, as the paranoias are exchanged, so are the KO mollies. They can't stop the plant. Wait, that's just a tap. That's not a full plant. And Bismillah, he gets eager. The spike gets dropped. Coldpalmer with the double. Ja is doing a great job of recovering the spike, but once again, he's trapped in this awkward 1v1, and he has no idea where his enemy could potentially be.
Well, he will get the neural theft, so he could go in for the ultimate in just a second here. And there it goes, the hat of information. Spots one out. The camera's gonna tag him twice. He plays around with his feelings, and Ja just absolutely demolishes his opponent from 3 different angles.
Neural theft, the camera just to buy distraction and instantly peeks through. That was a nice double kill from Coldpalmer. I really thought that after tapping, XIPTO Esports would stay on the site because they would expect Talon Esports to start pre-retaking. You know, it's that kind of a retake where you jump in before the spike even goes down. I thought that's why they wanted to fight, but instead of just holding the site, they go ahead, which gives Coldpalmer a nice double. And I thought that was it. I thought that's the mistake that breaks XIPTO Esports. But I forgot that Ja exists, and Ja has been clutching for days. That's a nice dive in.
Trap's been broken, they've got contact, and that ultimate is giving them so much space to play with. The KO ult denies any sort of movements that could be caused by utility. Oh my god, okay, he still gets one. Lucky for him, or else he would have been memed on by his teammates for that. Levin once again tried to be a heater for his team, but unfortunately this time too many members to aim at, and it's 2 and 7 as XIPTO will definitely go into the next half having a minimum of 2-round advantage.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Let's see how much they can. Let's see how much they can extend this lead further. Because right now, XIPTO are just rolling in money. They probably feel like Scrooge McDuck from DuckTales, you know, as he dives into his little pool of gold. They've got money for days. I think 2 more rounds minimum. They've got the economy for it. Meanwhile, Talon Academy, they are on that hellish cycle of ecoing 1 round, buying 1 round, ecoing down 1, buying 1 round. So right now they have the money for it. They've got the weapons as well, and they wanted to fight towards B main. You could see a KO flash ready to pop. Cole Palmer tries to deal with the Raze, and the Raze will get 2 of them. Nice recovery from Surf. Despite the disastrous rocket, despite that amazing showstopper, which net XIPTO Esports the advantage. Talon Esports win the power struggle. They take the advantage, but the moment I say that, it's back to a 2v2. Spike grabbed. Teletubbies has the option to get out of this smoke and challenge the plant. He's got 2 flashes along with as well. But take a look at the position that Ja is taking. He is going so far back. Hunter's Fury to deny the plant. Kill the planter. Hot sauce taken care of. And now Ja, I think he's given away sound cues. He might just have revealed his position. Does Teletubbies know that he could potentially come from that side? He knows where Surf is now because he's gone all the way around. Plenty of time available. Now he gives away the sound cue, and Teletubbies is good for it. Ja had no idea that they had snuck into the side. And it all comes down to that Hunter's Fury. Both the sides using some big ultimates. First the showstopper from Haram Peak to get the double. And then you had Surf also. 2 kills with his weapon towards B main. Then a 3rd with the Hunter's Fury. And that Hunter's Fury really changed the round. XIPTO Esports, they had so much advantage going forward, but now the economy is just starting to dwindle. They probably have enough to force buy in the next round as well, so this should be comfortable.
I'm out of here.
But the ultimate economy, yeah, that's not in their favor. Talon Academy, by virtue of having the neural theft, just need to play a little more passively. And you can see that they are playing passively because they've relinquished so much mid control away to XIPTO. XIPTO just waiting to break the strip fire. Cole Palmer and Teletubbies will probably have a crossfire, but there's a gap in the cyber cage. They don't want to re-peek. Keeping them stationed over here, keeping them humble. And XIPTO continue to challenge mid. They are very, very stubborn over here. Even though the positions have been revealed, they go through. And Teletubbies using the Molotov to deal as much damage as possible. Wait, Ja just snuck past him. Ja was undetected in the smoke. This could be a game changer. They don't know where he is. He gets the kill onto Surf, but Teletubbies on the other hand has demolished the rest of the team. And yes, sure, the sneak in from Ja was amazing, but can he actually go for the full recovery? A double from him. This could be everything that he needs. They know that they're going to try to go for the reset. Oh, but the timing is perfect. The moment Levin touches Teletubbies, he knew that Ja would look towards them. He knew that inside the smoke, they're going to try to rest the KO. And the moment he touches the KO's body, Ja looks towards that direction. He tries to stop the revive from happening. And at that very moment, Snappy peeks out. That's a lovely bait setup. But yeah, man, I mean, XIPTO had no business winning this round from the get-go. The fact they're able to get so many ultimates itself is a big deal. Because Talon Academy knew about their positions. And XIPTO Esports, even after being detected on mid, decided to be a little too stubborn and force the issue. And of course, Talon will have more than enough time to recuperate. Great fadeaway shot by Cole Palmer. That's the duelist down. No more diving. XIPTO still going for that contact play on mid. At least this time it's not a full-blown contact. They have smoked off the right-hand side. Broken the tripwire, and this should force the drone out so that mid can be re-cleared. But on the other end, Levin has gotten a kill towards A. It's 1 kill on A, 1 kill on mid, and that leaves Talon Academy with a good enough man advantage. Make it 3. Yeah, XIPTO Esports at this point are not playing like themselves. They're just giving way too many individual peaks.
Well, something's clearly transpired in the last 2 rounds where they've lost 2 in a row and now a third one as well to let it slide down to 7-5. Like I said, they will finish the half with at least 2 rounds to go ahead of in the second half. So that's the only positive that they can take on the back of the ending of this first half. And now, as we switch sides, there is, of course, the one call out, right? Do you think that the Neon is stronger to take over on the attack than the Rays being on the defense?
To be honest, I think both of them are fine. Doesn't make much of a difference. The only thing is that the fast lane could be nice on defense to cut rotations off. Like if you're trying to go for a speedy rotate via mid, you just use the fast lane and run across rather than going all the way around CT. I think that's like the only advantage of the Neon. But apart from that, as like a diver on defense, both the agents are fine. On attack, I obviously prefer Raze a lot more.
Well, we'll find out. For the moment, though, they're completely spread out, by the way. Both the initiators got detected outside of A, and now they've left the Neon there. A recon down to mid to just make sure nobody's up close and personal, as a wrong read here from XIPTO seems to be on the cards. They are playing very passive on A, by the way, and B main information has been gained by the Omen. So now I think they should know that the information that they've gathered should force an A hit. The camera's keeping an eye on both ends of the map cavity. The knife's gonna take out the KO for the brief time. Camera's been taken out, but there is a trade on both ends. Aram Peak will take out Snappy, and that might give caution to a flank from the Omen. No, seems the answer, as he's gonna come and join back his team here. And it is a 4v4.
I'm out of here.
4v4, the paranoia is decent enough, but Talon Academy avoid that. My goodness, double kill from the Raze is incredible. They were all expecting the peak to come through from the heaven side, but
what?
Okay. Man, the smoke fade and it's a firing squad waiting for him.
Yeah, I thought he wanted to try and maybe put down the smoke a little earlier. Once he saw his teammates were, all gone. I think he should have gone there for a little earlier. I realized that he went for the cover so that he could isolate a couple of fights, but unfortunately for him, a little too late to the party there. 8-5, XIPTO comfortably taking up that pistol round, which, by the way, could have gone in all sorts of directions if Eman would have peaked earlier from that CT side. The only reason they won is because we had Fixie just fly into the site and he took down 2. And that's exactly when they turned around and their attention changed and Eman took out the 3rd. Because Eman was on 1 HP.
Ooh, this is a very fast creep in into elbow. Talon Esports didn't really keep their positions towards A main a secret, so XIPTO Esports are aware about the possibility of them just bursting out the moment the smoke expires, and they were right. The smoke fades and they come flooding out. Hot Sauce at least able to get 2 while spraying down, so that's amazing. And Talon Esports might just be able to get the plant, but I don't think this round is going to go in their favor.
Cole Palmer stuck in the corner, and he will have a classic burst onto his face, as just by the losing 1, XIPTO will find round number 9. But here's where the real challenge begins. The Byron's going to come in for the side of the attack, and I feel like this might give them a little bit of an incentive to start up their pacey attacks, because they do have the utility available for it. And not to consider that if they're able to just either break the knife or dodge the knife, then maybe towards A main, the KO knife I mean, then they should be able to kind of speed through that A side as quickly as possible, which seems to be the approach that they might be taking. But on the opposite end, there's a bit of a mid-aggression seemingly coming through for XIPTO.
Oof. Cool kills, which we did not really catch on the camera. Way to deny the action. Goal bomber.
enemy
The
remaining.
relay bolt, and at the same time, you got Snappy coming in from the other side of mid. So XIPTO Esports attempt at crunching mid deep have been
Spike
promptly
planted.
shut down. Try to go for a tiles and A main crunch, but Talon Esports beat them to the punch.
Well, the buy round was going to be, of course, a Talon round, definitely. And I thought a little bit of more damage would be done, but clearly it isn't. And with that, we've got a 6-9 scoreline. A lot of people would love that. As we head into a buy round for the defense as well. And they've got an op out for the Raze here. And he's going to be setting himself up towards elbow. Now, is he going to go a little deep into that? Is the paranoia going to be put in to settle him down there? A flash does come through from the KO, and that actually gives him a line to hold on to. And a one-way smoke to make sure that nobody's going to try and white swing him out there. There we go. This is a great setup, but he's getting a little too close for comfort here. Might actually find one. Gets away. And there comes the satchels. He's going to absolutely get out of dodge. Unhurt, by the way. He's fully... Never mind. Now he's going to get taken out. The flash comes through. Hot sauce not able to connect to a single one.
XIPTO Esports, once again, the aggression not panning out in their favor. Hey, at least they're still keeping up the proactivity, even though it isn't exactly giving them the results that they hope for. But now that Talon Academy have all this man advantage and the numbers, they can take their sweet time to go regress anywhere they want. Emin, good for one. Bismillah peak a little too late to the trade, so he would rather just try to stay alive over here and hope that Jar gets here in time. Oh my god, the fadeaway onto Levin is amazing.
Oh my god!
And the triple! What a mad lad! He holds this area down. Again, the stoic defender. We've seen that lovely triple kill from him once on B's backside, this time again on A. And this time the odds were heavily stacked against him, because at least on the B side when he got that triple, he had teammates behind him to provide him some backup. This time he was all alone. And he doesn't need any backup.
Well, that round has done at least one good thing for Talon Academy, and that's award them an ultimate on their duelist. But the same can be said about XIPTO as well. Both really strong ultimates, as we do know. And this timeout from Talon Academy could be put to use to understand exactly how that overdrive could kind of pivot this round into their hands. A B split from mid to market and try to maybe find the Neon to try and get some information there, get some kills there would be really great. A paranoia to set him up would be even better. And the rest of them push up from B main to try and pincer that front line of XIPTO, because they have been pretty proactive on B, for at least for the rounds before this. But it seems like now they're going to be on a little bit of a passive route. A is where the call is. No, actually, never mind. It's actually going to be mid. 3 on mid. They're playing the 1-3-1 now. And mid seems to be where they want to drive all their attention to. They don't want to let them take market at all. Instead, they can actually send their race, I think. Yeah, straight down the middle. He takes in tiles and he's got A completely cleared off. And that's map control in leaps and bounds in the first 10 seconds, which will have to be re-cleared.
I mean, I don't think Talon Academy have all that much utility to re-clear so much map. Like, they're burning the drone literally from spawn to clear out bottom mid. They have less control now than they did before the barriers dropped.
Yeah, that's true. A deep smoke towards mid, but they've got no idea where this race could be. And I don't think he should be peeking right now either. He's got a Sova holding down the line, and I think he's going to peek off that contact, which is good for him. Bismillah, he's been hurt for sure. Here comes the peek, there comes the double, and Harampi gets away with one. The nade to make sure he stays alive. The nade's going to help him as well. Here comes the B push, and XIPTO. The setup was absolutely wonderful. What a pincer movement. One Raze ultimate was enough to send them packing back to their spawn. Then, like you said, needed to re-clear spaces that they had even before the barrier dropped. And not to mention that perfect little bait and switch peek between the Sova and the Raze, which also allowed the B main push to come in at the right time. And of course, not to mention that the nade that he threw, perfectly timed, nothing could be done there. That was almost a near perfect round from XIPTO.
Yeah, man, they just get inside their minds, burrow deep in between the folds of their brains. And the push and pull, the distraction, all of it combined is just so good. Yeah. Nice overdrive. I think Bismillah people try not to challenge it, but they get stuck in the tripwire. And they respect it. Backside still under control. Bismillah peek. Oh, almost got the second one. Wolfhammer runs out of the overdrive, but he's recovered a weapon. Before he can do that, Haram Peak walks out of the smoke, hoping to deny him the weapon, but ends up losing the man advantage. XIPTO Esports in a 2v3. And Talon have all the utility they need to finish this round. They've even got the Hunter's Fury. So post-plant looking quite positive for them. And then on top of that, you have the backstab from Snappy. He snuck in from Market, climbed up. And he might just be able to strike before anyone from XIPTO even realizes he's present over there. But Teletubbies has been killed. And Snappy's given away sound cues. Now his backstab is no longer a secret.
Oh, Snappy! While he does the best, I think that's more than enough because they're going to be able to secure the round at the bare minimum. Snappy did more than enough to just jump down, cause the chaos that was needed on the back of that ultimate as well. 7-11. Oh, wow. I've never seen Sunset that far away. But it seems like that's the difference right now between Talon Academy and XIPTO. At least with the way that XIPTO have been playing. That one particular round was, of course, awarded to Talon on the back of an ultimate that Surf made sure was to secure the round itself. But now what you're going to do? You've got one ultimate coming up after the other for the side of XIPTO. If not in this round, definitely the next.
Oh god, it's a dry peak. So was a Snappy. He challenges him through the frick.
No way, man.
Oh, the disrespect is real. Absolutely no fear as he dives in, and even Goldbomber, he's getting in their faces. Pure W gaming. Stop at nothing. Finally, Hot Sauce puts his killing speed to an end, but he's done his job. He's gotten his team the B side, and Levin is up front, ready to contest them at literally spawn.
Well, Rampik needs to be careful. He does have... Okay, one away, looks away, and for some reason the Sova was looking to the right. Teletubbies does secure the round though, but for a second it seemed like a little bit of a doozy of a moment from the Sova. I don't know why Sov decided to look towards the other side.
No, but at this point, Talon Academy, they've been able to get the rounds, but XIPTO Esports are getting a little too ahead of themselves. The disrespectful peak towards Styles, sure, you win that fight, so I can't even criticize you, but everything else, it just seemed like just too berserk. Even Cole Palmer, he responded in kind. He went so far inside, like out of Boba. He's literally at high mid. There was no need for this much aggression. Sure, you want to take control of Boba and you want to plan for backside. I understand because there's potentially a backside coming in from XIPTO. But surely there's better ways to aggress in. Anyway, both these teams have picked up weapons except for the one Spectre on XIPTO. Showstopper, Hunter's Fury available on XIPTO. Both of these are game-changing ultimates. Kill acquiring ultimates as well.
Deploying drone.
They don't see anything on B main. They're not playing aggressively on A main. On A main, you only got like 2 tripwires. I don't even think they can be called kill trips. Can't exactly capitalize on them. Fairly easily breakable. So, yeah, they're just going to play A for retake and hopefully not lose B or mid in the process. Talon Esports have just one lurker up mid and he's going to be a little late to the party. The rest of them though, they will flood into the side. The Hunter's Fury comes through and now this could make a lot of room for XIPTO. Even the Showstopper comes through, blows one up. And the plant has been denied for now. camera still not detected, still not broken. Finally, they will get the better of him, but one gets stuck in the trip fire, and before they can peek Lewin and stuff, they're in their battles. Back down to a 2v2. They have no time to reposition. All their positions are known. The paranoia misses, and Eman was capitalizing on the paranoia, connecting. Hot Sauce misses that utility, and now he's trapped in a 1v2. And they're watching the drop.
A little too overzealous, but just like you said, they're getting ahead of themselves here. Eman should have waited for a couple more seconds for Hot Sauce to come and join him to get into that side. But no, he went on his own, wanted to take the fight. Confidence, yeah, but there's just a little too much of it at the moment. I think they need to kind of slow down. Maybe a timeout's needed here from their coach. XIPTO need to be careful, or this could slip away from their hands very, very quickly, because they were pretty much ahead in terms of rounds, and now it's going to be 10-11 in a couple of seconds if they're not careful, even 11-11.
Look at. And he's still undetected. Oh no, they marked him. Cole Palmer was aiming towards mid-market door, but hey, if he gets a pick onto the race, that would be amazing. And now somebody peeks from the mid-market door. Now just surprises him. After Cole Palmer is already unscoped from that region.
Yo, who is this guy?
Oh my god. Bro, he's winning every single fight at tiles. 2 times in a row, he's kill snappy over here.
Spike planted.
Oh, well, that's not gonna work. But Bismillah. Oh my god! He's burned up close! There's no way he wins. The side is 1 HP on either side. Both of them are literally on the cusp of death. Bismillah's just gonna wait, but the time is against him. It's not against the KO. He can stay for as long as he wants alive. Teletubbies will win a bit of an off angle, as Bismillah expected him a little up close. Oh, that came far too close for comfort. Great damage once again, and it had to be the Sova to give his team that little jump of confidence. But how far can they keep asking him to clutch these rounds? And there it is. The timeout comes through, and XIPTO need to tie their shoelaces now.
Yeah, they've been challenging these mid battles a little too eagerly. Without much care in the world, without, you know, worrying about the consequences. They've just been forcing these fights. And sometimes they do win these fights. You know, they do get the man advantage every now and then, but they're just unable to close the rounds. Finally, now that their money has recovered, now that XIPTO Esports have all the weaponry to boot, they will take this tactical timeout. Hopefully, close this game out in a 2-0 fashion.
Well, this timeout will be probably the make or break point of this game for XIPTO. Because at the end of this, they should have an idea about whether slowing down their process here of getting into these fights, or is it going to remain the same? Are they going to try and fight for map control once again? It has worked, but the round towards the end haven't been going their way in the last 4. Let's see now. Early knife takes out the position of Fixie. He's gonna have to be pushed back. So just make sure that the close by corners are clear. The recon's not gonna detect anybody. And now the op secure on the back of sight. We'll have to wait for this drone to bide by. Broken by the Sova. And now here they go with most likely the KO ultimate.
Okay. Jumpy.
Did he see him?
Are they aware? Yeah. He was spotted. I don't know if Talon Esports are aware about the presence of an op over there. But they're gonna go back nonetheless.
Yeah, that knife, as soon as that knife hit, they just instantly decide they're gonna run back.
But still, there's a stack over here. Both of them focus towards elbow. Nice fast lane. It goes all the way into the site from there. Lovely stun, but it's dodged by Hot Sauce. So now they're ready to fight towards elbow. Unfortunately, Ja is dead. Hot Sauce will be surrounded on either side. So the A side has been promptly taken over by Talon Esports. And XIPTO don't have much to retake. Sure, the recon dart probably will reveal who's an elbow, but nobody's playing on site. Nade also doesn't do much. Just pushes Cole Palmer back for a couple of seconds. Now the Hunter's Fury. Nobody's on spike, so they're gonna just bait out the Hunter's Fury. Oh no, but Bismillah gets tagged. This should be his end. They're trying to stick. He tanks one beam of the laser, and Harampi is actually trying to stick the T-Fuse, but Cole Palmer has their number. 11 all.
Well, it seems like Talon want to make a wish, and it's going to be granted pretty soon. That A side was overwhelmed by the amount of utility coming their way. If the Omen wouldn't have been detected there, I feel like Levin wouldn't have gotten away with that one kill even on Ja. But Ja dying there was a very big loss. The trade came in, but Hot Sauce, again, caught out by too many angles. And in the end, it is going to be 11-11. Talon now on the cusp of match point here, thanks to their opponents being on eco, and Snappy's got a very good remedy for that eco weaponry. Although he's not going to expect a close-up. Rampi gets away with one, and he's actually going to run straight back down the middle. The knife will stop them for a couple of seconds. A counter knife just to make sure that nobody's up close and personal. But XIPTO not giving up this mid-control.
Yeah, absolutely not. XIPTO have been adamant in taking this mid-control, whether or not they have weapons. In fact, when they have eco weapons, they try to challenge this even more. And once again, they're going to promptly fight Talon Academy over here. Talon still on the basis of the superior weaponry come out on top with the man advantage. And yeah, XIPTO. Oh, sorry, no. Talon don't have the man advantage. It's XIPTO who's got the man advantage. Yeah. My bad on that one. But after securing this man advantage, they fall back. They give up mid. They're like, okay, Talon, you can probably take this. But they've got every single base covered.
Oh, they've heard him here. They know he's on the back of that door. And as soon as that's broken, here comes the Paranoia, the cage to cover himself up. Camera's just gonna let him spot beam in. He's gonna get it, Ja. That's a big kill right there. Hot Sauce. The flash Paranoia is lovely. He needs to get away.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, how are they winning this?
10 seconds left.
The volley doesn't hit him. The smoke
in the
fades.
world? How have XIPTO pulled this off? Why wasn't Hot Sauce taken care of when he was keeping right next to them? They just...
I mean, they force so many mistakes out of Talon Academy, man. I think they knew that Hot Sauce is landing over there on his ultimate, but they also knew that Ja is present on B main. So they did not peek Hot Sauce because they thought the moment they try to peek Hot Sauce, Ja will kill them. They thought it was a trap setup. And because of that, they let Hot Sauce land over there. They respect him. And Hot Sauce instantly hits him with the Paranoia. If Cole Palmer used that fast lane just a few seconds ago, they could have isolated the fight between Ja and broken the crossfire between Ja and Hot Sauce. He used that fast lane as a desperate measure because he was blind. If he would have proactively used it, he could have isolated those duels.
Well, they've cleared out the A main side completely, but for how long can you hold it off? There is the entire team of Talon Academy waiting outside here. That Boombot secures at least 2 bullets from 2 different members, so they know there's multiple here. Drone goes through. Spots out one, the tag comes in. No real advancements made on that though. They're going to run back towards mid. And this time a crossfire being set up here. No, they're going to go towards market. There is an ultimate available. Cole Palmer could trigger it. Stun, pretty good. But he's got time to work with here. Gets the one. All they need to do now is just wait for this ultimate to go. Why is Ja peeking out through the smoke? What in the world is XIPTO doing?
Just waiting for overextension, but
oh my
no
god!
Overextension here. Oh my god, the flank has been punished and now it's a 1v2. No man,
Not like
this went
this.
from a 2v4 to a 2v1. And Snappy, he isolates the duel.
Oh my god, no!
Emma still gets it. Bro, the last few rounds of this entire series were just such a roller coaster ride.
Oh, that is
I mean,
crazy.
It would have been messy, it was labored, but it was damn entertaining, and I have to admit it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was quite the game from both these teams. Talon Academy were in advantageous position as you could imagine any team to be. Ja peeking out of a smoke for no reason, and then a race just drops down right where the laser beam can, of course, take him out. I thought they're genuinely looking to throw this round and play overtime, but then the flank covered by Emin was so important, which also allowed the Omen to get the player on side, and then it was a 1v1 which Emin was not going to lose no matter what. It is a 2-0 to XIPTO once again. Another 13-11, similar to the one that we saw in the previous map.
Yeah, but at least the previous map, the 13-11, was explainable to say the least. Like, you could see what was going on for either side. Over here, XIPTO just have so many curveballs to throw at their opponents. It boils down to whether or not Talon Academy expect that. Like, the amount of mid-aggression we saw from XIPTO Esports, unprecedented. These guys were just absolutely stubborn on fighting in that area, and more often than not, even with weaker weaponry, they were able to get the man advantage and then fall back to safety.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's have a look back at what perspired through these entire set of rounds on Sunset, because it was absolutely ballistic from both these teams, especially from XIPTO. Off the bat, they were really powerful. They did go up 7-2 at one point, and then that slid down to 7-5. Talon came back into the game, started delivering a lot of damage. And then XIPTO, they hit back, went up to 11, went up to match point, went up to 11 mostly, and then started trickling rounds against them. Got a little over their own heads. But in the end, all that was needed was one clutch for one round.
Yeah, and the clutch plays were indeed amazing. Like, so many times Bismillah Peak was able to just get triple kills, whether it's holding backside by himself or whether it's trapped alone on the A side. He was able to turn those rounds on their heads and just completely flip the script. So yeah, in my opinion, I know exactly who the MVP is. I would give this to Bismillah Peak because the sheer amount of impact he created was just absolutely nuts. But yeah, that being said, XIPTO Esports, if they did not get this lead in the first half, I don't think they would have had any ground to stand on in the second half because they were bleeding quite a lot. And often it was also XIPTO being a little too stubborn. Like, for example, this particular round on mid.
Yeah.
Tried to force the issue and they got promptly punished because Talon Academy knew they were coming. They saw them coming like a mile away. But as we jump into the second half, it seems like XIPTO was just trying to speed run and finish off this map. But then all of a sudden they started hemorrhaging all these rounds.
Yeah. It's 6. Forget it's fixed that now they are 6. Okay, it's fixed that they will be heading into the final now and will be awaiting either one of G Academy or Talon Academy once again. And one of those two teams who will be facing off in the next game now have another best of 3 to play against this XIPTO Esports and have a chance at exacting revenge, if at all possible, because they seem to be very solid right now. The confidence, I think these overconfidence issues that come in when they win a bunch of rounds together for XIPTO are actually decently well controlled by their coach. This was one round where I thought, okay, this is absolutely nonsense, where he just goes out of the smoke jar for no reason, and then the second one as well. But in the end, it is on the way to XIPTO. It is on the way for XIPTO to get to the final. And they're able to pull it all away.
Cole Palmer, the MVP for his particular team. But surprisingly, it's not Bismillah Peak that has like the highest number of frags. I would still say that he was a massive impact fragger. Like the sheer number of clutches and the impact frags that he was able to create for his team net them at least 2-3 rounds at the minimum.
Yeah.
Just purely on his aim. But yes, the showstoppers for Haram Peak were quite good. Had plenty of backup from Eman as well. Eman's flashes were somewhat on point, in this game. Like, his breach utility is clearly on a whole new level. But even with the KO, which is harder to land flashes with, he's doing a good job and he's setting Haram Peak up for good enough kills.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it has been XIPTO's show so far, although that there was a lot of great rounds and resistance from Talon Academy. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have to find our finalists now. The first one has been decided. The second one will be coming our way after the next BO3. GE Academy up against Talon Academy coming up next. One of them will be heading to the final, and the other one, well, fight night's going to be over for them. And we will find out what that result's going to be in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the final series.
I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you ask it. Don't gotta sell him, Cialis flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win. Yeah, LABB who we running with. Yeah, 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LABB who we running with, yeah, 2233, I'm on 10, yeah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely can trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes, I'm mixing. I know I've been missing, I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. My low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffee. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win. Yeah, LABB who we running with. Yeah, 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you ask it. Don't gotta sell him, Cialis flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches coming in. Yeah, Flex, I just wanna win. Yeah, LABB, who we running with? Yeah, 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win. Yeah, LABB, who we running with? Yeah, 2233, I'm on 10, 10, 10. Yeah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LABB, who we running with, yeah, 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah, state your name, big dope on flame, I just switched the lanes, damn he did it again, I just flipped the pain, stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LABB, who we running with, yeah, 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell it, most of y'all is flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LABB, who we running with, yeah, 2233, I'm on 10 again, okay, alright, coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LABB, who we running with, yeah, 2233, I'm on 10, 10, 10, yeah.
Spike down. One enemy.
They got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LABB who we running with, yeah, 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, yeah, state your name, big been dope on flame, I just switched the lanes, damn he did it again, I just flipped the pain, stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LABB who we running with, yeah, 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action, I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you ask it. Don't gotta sell him, Mosialis, flawless, broken whistles longer than it's foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LABB who we running with, yeah, 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LABB who we running with, yeah, 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10, 10, 10, yeah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. A phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. Go the pictures, dimensions, I done with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause check out problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win. Yeah, LABB, who we running with? Yeah, 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell him, most of y'all is flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win. Yeah, LABB, who we running with? Yeah, 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win. Yeah, LABB, who we running with? Yeah, 2233, I'm on 10, 10, 10, yeah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I done with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause check out problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LABB, who State your name. Been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass. Slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win. Yeah, LABB, who we running with? Yeah, 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell it, most of y'all is flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win. Yeah, LABB, who we running with? Yeah, 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win. Yeah, LABB, who we running with? Yeah, 2233, I'm on 10, 10, 10, yeah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The bow and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems. My dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixing when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The bow and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The bow and affection, I summon and dub it.
Down. My ult is ready. Yeah. Ay, coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name. Been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass. Slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell it, most of y'all is flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, okay. outright. Coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win, yeah. LA BB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3. I'm on 10, 10, 10, yeah.